Welcome to the GreatBase Tennis Podcast. I'm Steve Smith, along with co-host Ivan Ozererts.
Hello.
And our guest today, Jodie Johnson. I've known Jodie for over 25 years. Jodie is an engineer by formal study, by passion, by dedication, and now decades in commitment. He's a fitness expert. I've known Jodie for over 25 years, and we've worked with like probably 100 plus athletes. It's amazing, the story you have to tell. We'll go back to the beginning of your story, but I have to say this is Jodie's from upstate New York. And I tease, but myself being from upstate New York, there's two types of people in the world. Those from upstate New York and those who wish they were. But Jodie's here with his wife, a former tennis player, his two daughters. Great to have him visit. We're going to talk about fitness, but we'll start with what type of baby food you started with, and then how'd you get so passionate about sports, and how'd you end up with such a lengthy career so far, and 58 years young in the world of fitness, baby food.
Always an athlete. Dad was an athlete, a lot of athletics in the family. And just an active kid, so I don't remember, and living, I guess, where we lived in upstate New York, we would come out every day and just run around. I felt like I was running most of the time, sprinting, playing chase, playing like all the games kids play. But activity was, kind of our mainstay. Parents tried to get me to play an instrument, but they wanted me to practice when all the kids were going outside to play. And that wasn't going to happen. We were going to go outside and play. So just being a very active person from the get-go, as a youngster. First sport I was introduced, around the neighborhood, we had lots of kids my age. So we played all kinds of sandlot and pickup of almost every sport, other than, playing the cops and robbers and Indians and cowboys and things like that, and chase and riding bikes all over. But the first organized sport was baseball. And I just happened to have some aptitude in sport. I did pretty well. I had my first year was struggles. I had some success, but more struggle than success. But I guess I had a perseverant mentality from a youngster as well. Like, even though it was hard, I came back the next year and I got better. And so I was able to begin to see how working at the skill allowed me to become a better athlete and better at the sport. So, and the fact that I gained some success and had some ability, and I had a parent a little bit persistent in practice, probably still didn't practice as much as I should have, but I practiced enough to get, some competence. So, and then we played basketball upstate New York. It was common. If you were a good athlete, you played football, basketball, and baseball. The 3 seasons or out of the 4 seasons, that was common. If you weren't a basketball player, you might be a hockey player, right, Steve? And that was a coinciding timeline. We had friends that if you weren't a football player, you were playing soccer, because those two sports overlapped in New York. But I was a football, basketball, baseball player. And played that consistently up until high school, freshman in high school, and we had a really big high school named Shenandoah up in upstate New York, pretty strong athletic program. And so very competitive. I got to play in the freshman teams to start out, so I was a little bit smaller. I didn't grow until my end of my freshman year. I remember, a football coach looking at me and saying, man, I came out one day because my knee was a little sore that day or something, and I didn't practice. And coach looked at me because I had shorts on. He goes, man, what's a skinny dude like you doing with legs like that? So I was always pretty well developed in the lower half of the body, but still real skinny up top. And, but fast, I think, because, I had some good natural leg muscular development, and just loved it, but really didn't. My dad had some weights in the gym, in a basement gym. And so I started playing around with the weights a little bit as like a 7, 8, 9-year-old, just playing, putting some weights together. I saw Dad doing a couple things, so I'm trying it. I used to love to do calf raises. Like, I thought that was like the coolest feeling. to feel what the calves felt when you get them a little pumped up, and then walk around the house after you did the set, up and down stairs. And I would do that quite a bit, actually. So, but nothing, decent success, a pretty good baseball pitcher. And so I had premonitions of, I wasn't real super goal at youngster, just having fun. Obviously idolized all the pro sports, watched them, was a great fan of football, basketball, and baseball, played them. As a 14-year-old, I at the end of my 14th year, end of my high school freshman year, I had one occurrence in freshman. I did learn something as a freshman, and is that it was my first experience with an injury. And I ended up skipping baseball tryouts, and I was more skilled at baseball than all the other sports. I had played freshman football and baseball or basketball. I'm going to the baseball. Most skilled sport for me was baseball. I got injured my thumb at the end of basketball and couldn't, just jammed it, right? So I couldn't really throw during baseball practice. So instead of going, I had been working hard all year, going to all these sports and practices. I went home a few times, and I got the lazy bug. It taught me a lesson about the lazy bug, not having to go to practice. I could sit at home after school and kind of chill out. And I ended up not going to any of the tryout practices, and I never made the team for baseball because I never went. But yet I was not, it was almost for foregone conclusion I would have been on the team. And, but I learned the lesson about how laziness can kind of catch you if you don't watch it, And then that summer I made a decision. I think coming off of that, I made a decision. I'm going to try to become a college athlete. I'm going to get through high school. I saw some of how the high school kids, the seniors, were getting to go to college. We didn't have that in my family per se. I didn't have an athlete who played college sports, but my mom was pretty fortuitous and with us kids, with me, and I think with with my brother and sister as well, about you can be whatever you want to be. She had that kind of good mindset. Dad was with me, was kind of a hard pushed a little bit, but he liked to use negative reinforcement with me a little bit more.
That's the sign of the times.
Yeah, he's like, you're not very good.
What birth order were you? 1, 2, or 3?
I was 1. My brother seemed to be great at everything, and I wasn't very good at anything.
But you were the oldest.
Yeah, and my brother. And I will say that my brother, we were different kinds of athletes. I was more strong, powerful, explosive. I would say he was more like a fluid, natural, like skill athlete. He was pretty athletic, but I was just a little more like that, where he was more of that kind of, like, he would learn our tennis skill a lot quicker than me, probably. I would take more reps to pick it up, kind of thing. So, and then my adversity started to kick up a little bit, because right after I made that decision, I was going to become a college athlete, I decided to play football as a sophomore, because I wasn't sure, again, which sport, but I was plan to play all 3, at least one more year. In my physical for my freshman or my sophomore year football, I didn't squat quite right. It was one of the tests the physician made us do. And I said, yeah, my left knee gets sore once in a while. It was sore that day. Maybe I had worked out the day before or whatever. I never paid attention. It seemed like it might be a little sore before practice, and I would do a little bit of exercise, and then it would feel better. So I didn't make a big deal about it. He says, you need to go see a doctor before I'm going to clear you. I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? I run, I do stuff all day, every day. Now you say I need to go to a doctor to pass my physical? I'm looking at him, really? He goes, yes, you're not going to get on this team until you go see a doctor. So I went to the doctor, and the doctor takes an x-ray, and he diagnosed me with this rare bone condition called osteochondritis dissecans. What the heck is that?
Say that one more time.
Osteochondritis dissecans. And it's like, what the heck is that, right? Like, come on, man. Like, what is that? What is that? So,
something for a spelling bee.
Yeah. But unfortunately, it was the kind of thing that, you didn't hear about it as much. But as I got older, more of my friends in the athletic world actually had it than I even realized. Some of my best friends had it. And we talked about it over the years, but, and all coming from some sports related scenario. And it's either develops from an acute event, trauma in the knee or some chronic. They didn't have like a quote unquote. I could pick a few acute chronic or acute trauma events to that knee. Perhaps they caused it, or perhaps it was something in my gait chronically, or that was causing it. There was no conclusion in the science back then. I think nowadays there's a little better like surgical treatment process for it. My surgical treatment was no surgery at first, but I had to go every 6 months. I had to go back to the doctor, and in that 6-month period, I was not allowed to do anything below the waist, like physically active. So you take a kid plays 3 sports, and now all of a sudden I can't even run. I can't jog, right? I just can't do anything. Very strange. Very also distracting because my life, the order of my life was very much about going to school, then going to my sport and playing my sport and the social life with the teams and all that kind of stuff. And now that's all kind of removed. So adversity, right? I mean, this is life, right? So life, I went 2 years every 6 months. I went and they told me I couldn't play. And finally at the end of the second year, going into my senior year of high school, the doctor said, it's gotten better enough. You can play now. So 2 years, probably the 2 most formative years for you as a high school player. And I'm unable to do anything. I did start lifting upper body more, so I did develop more upper body strength. I was not able to really do lower body that much. And
my senior year, the fall senior year, did you get right back into football?
I sure did. Right. I mean, the day I went crazy. I went bonsai. Like I trained. I had learned actually. You go back in that sophomore summer before I got diagnosed. Weightlifting and performance had a big, strong connection with me. I felt the difference from an acute difference. Like I do a weight training workout as a sophomore in high school or just before sophomore, say that freshman year before I got diagnosed. And then I go out and do some athletic stuff and I feel more athletic. I'm like, wait a minute. I mean, there's something with this weightlifting that's making me a better athlete. And this is, many, many years ago. This is in the 1980s, right? It was big in football to lift weights. So I was into football. We had like state champion football teams. So we had a lot of good stuff going on. Our head coach was from Notre Dame, played, I think, at Notre Dame, maybe even had been a coach at Notre Dame, Brent Stewart. And so, he kind of brought this culture and built this culture at my high school, very well known in that respect. And, but the weightlifting was part of our culture. And so I wasn't, and there was one local gym and I trained in that gym and I just felt it. I believed it. Like there's no question in my mind. So it became a formative part of my process personally as developing an athlete or developing myself as an athlete, not just formal and whatever the football coach taught or whatever. I wasn't really reading too many things in that sense. I was doing kind of what the local coaches were telling me to do and such. But senior year, I get to play football. Actually, I did the first month of football, double sessions, and decided that, in looking at the whole football situation, I'm going to focus more on basketball. And I actually left the team. They go on to win the state championship, so I didn't get my ring or my jacket. But these were all my buddies. But basketball was more of a love to me, and I didn't want to not play basketball. And I knew basketball being more of a high skill sport, I needed to practice basketball since I hadn't played in 2 years to really develop, to even make the team. You're talking 3,000 kids in the school, and basketball has a 15-man team, and I haven't played in 2 years. To make that team is not going to be an easy thing. So that's what I did. So from September through I think up until the end of October, I trained on my own, lifting and shooting and doing all these drills and riding my bike a few miles sometimes on certain days to get to a basketball court to play and play with the right kind of people and more higher level talent. And I made the team, which was awesome, then it was my goal to get on the court. Now I'm on the team. I got to get on the court. And I'm like, now I got to try to get to this college thing. How do I get to college? I still made this goal 2 years ago. And I didn't ever really got on the court in basketball. I was a strong contributor, obviously in practice. We had a pretty good team, sectional champions, our team was really like 4 football guys and a starting soccer player. So we weren't a true basketball. We had maybe one or two guys that were true basketball guys, and the rest of the guys, I mean, in our starting 5, the starting point guard played D1 soccer. The 3 other guys played D1 football, Boston College, and 2 at Penn State. That's our starting 5. I mean, and these are big athletic guys. They've been on the team for years, but they're more football guys, but they're good basketball players too, good athletes in general. So, unfortunately, I didn't get on the court.
I was just going to add one thing. With basketball, I tell people this all the time. It's so difficult to make a basketball starting 5 in high school. Big high school, small high school. Why is that? It's a driveway sport. It's a popular sport. But if you go to a college campus and you watch intramural basketball, I mean, I'm not by any means a basketball expert, but it's high level.
Yeah, I mean
it's amazing. Certainly a lot of players that become very skilled at basketball, they're simply not big enough. Mm-hmm. But I just throw that in because I remember going off to college and just couldn't believe the caliber of basketball. Mm-hmm. Now, I grew up playing hockey, and probably the most dangerous thing I was ever a part of is being a linesman or the referees in intramural hockey, where the players couldn't stop. They couldn't skate. That's the most dangerous hockey I've ever been around.
It makes sense.
But I think it's a driveway sport. A lot of people can dribble, a lot of people can shoot, but to actually be on a basketball team, Go ahead. So that spring, you got going with baseball?
Well, got my cup for my first team ever in baseball. I mean, I had been training hard, and my athleticism, because I hadn't really had any hard training, I was literally the fastest guy on the baseball team. And I was one of the most athletic on the football team when we physically tested. My upper body strength was very good. My speed was up near the top. So so baseball, I'm like, coach, man, you can see how athletic I am. I just haven't played in a while. Give me a chance, but he's trying to develop a program. He's continuing his program. He's got to bring younger guys in too. And he just couldn't find a spot for me. I threw the ball probably harder than most guys on the team, and I was a pitcher and I could play any position, but an infielder, pitcher. And so I got cut first time. That was hard, but again, more adversity in my life.
What a life lesson that is to get cut though. There's so many famous people that got cut. You think of Michael Jordan's probably the most famous story. He got cut, but they didn't put him on the varsity. They put him on the JV. But if people do their homework, the coach who cut him was in his driveway every night helping him, and he put him on the JV. Of course, he was a sophomore. But yeah, for you to lose those 2 years. But yeah, it's quite difficult. I think in tennis in America now, it's amazing that in high school, there's right across the street, across the board pretty much, there's a no-cut policy. And of course, there's not a freshman team, there's not a sophomore team, a JV team, just the varsity. And, but yeah, so you think of the major sports, tennis being a minor sport, kids who sign up for high school tennis generally there's no such thing as being cut. I think that's a bad thing. I think it's the real world.
Yeah, I took a risk. I mean, that's another part of my mindset is I'm kind of a risk taker in life, and in different aspects of it. That's been, I think, that's something I think everybody, if you want to achieve really good things, you got to take risks. I could have stayed on the football team. I might have gotten some playing time because I was, made the athletic a level and I was getting better in the practices, but I made a choice, you make choices and you take risks. I made a choice. And I also looked at myself anatomically and said, I'm 185, 190 pound guy, not super small, but not super big, 5'11". Football's bigger guys, and even in basketball, I was also drawing that conclusion a little bit. I'm going to be a point guard if I play. There are some successful shorter point guards, but it's still a taller guy's game, So anatomically, I always felt baseball was probably my best fit, but life was just kind of playing out the way it was. So
what about summers? What was your sport in summertime?
Baseball. So when I got cut, I still played. But what I did instead is I went up for the track team because I was fast, right? So I'm like, no, what else is there in the spring? Track. So, I'm like, I've gotten fast. Let's see what happens with sprinting. So I'm fired up. I mean, I'm just fired up beyond belief. So I'm like doing triple sessions. I go, because basketball wasn't out of the picture I might try to walk on basketball. So we have track practice. After track practice, I go to the gym and train. So this one specific day, I set this regiment, beginning of track after I got cut. Track practice, we were running long distance. It was early in the season. So whatever, we ran 2-3 miles, didn't do any sprints yet. Came back and it was a leg training day. I went to the gym, trained my legs really hard, left the gym, got like a protein shake and went straight to basketball. So it was pickup basketball for the basketball players in like the freshman gym or something. So I went and met them and played 2 hours of basketball. So basically I went 4 hours of working. Well, on this particular day, on the 4th hour, in the last point of the pickup basketball game with a lot of my teammates from the team and younger guys, I twist my ankle and break my foot. So my right foot at the very last play. Made the shot, though. I took the shot. We won the game, but hey, there goes track season. No more track. So,
what do you think you would have done in track? Sprint?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I got fast. So, and I never had any training on even how to sprint. I mean, I'm certified as a track coach, over 20 years, and a big part of what I teach in movement. But I had some athletic, ability, and my legs were always really strong, powerful.
But through all that, there had to be a lot of frustration.
Yeah.
Injuries will do that. Coming back to getting cut, I think of Jim Ryan, the miler. For the longest time, he had the record, 351 world record. Uh-huh. And he got cut from all 3 major sports. In the fall, it was football and basketball and baseball. And then he ended up growing with this long, I wouldn't say gangly, but long. He had long legs. And when he was in high school, he ran a 3:58 mile. I saw on YouTube. And his buddies helped him do it. And one of the guys couldn't get around the track in less than a minute, so he just ran half a lap, and they did it that way. So there's 5-6 guys that ran a relay, see if they could break a 4-minute mile, cinder track, and type of shoes they ran. He said he knew nothing about running technique, and he ran a 3:58. So he breaks the 4-minute mile in high school, which was a huge deal. And then he ran a 3:51. That's one great thing about using a stopwatch or a measuring tape. It's just how he learned better running alignment, what to do with his head and his running technique. But there's a guy who got cut from 3 sports and became one of the best.
Yeah. In that time period, we were measuring the 40. The football team measured the 40, and then we measured a bunch of strength metrics. The track team, I'm sure, was going to measure our run times. I remember in high school, we did run some miles. I was never I ran like a 6-minute mile as a freshman, but it wasn't I was more of an explosive guy, type 2 type of guy.
Yeah, if you're trying to bulk up, I mean,
my body naturally did bulk up. I had more of the 3 body types, endo, meso, and ectomorph, and I was definitely more of a mesomorph. And developing muscle was pretty easy for me, and so it pretty much I was known about. That was kind of what I was known for also around the school. They knew I was into that, and we had like a group of guys that were kind of more into that kind of stuff. So
touch upon your academic days before you go off to college. I mean, did you obviously sign up for engineering so you can put 2 and 2 together? What was your academic background like?
Academics was good. I mean, I was in a Catholic school, elementary, middle school, and I was always top of the class. I graduated in 8th grade out of the Catholic elementary school, #1 in the class, highest GPA. And I guess one of the things out of that school, they were great at teaching me to be a lot of things they taught well, but there was always this feeling that I could have taken accelerated courses because I was so far ahead of most of my classmates in the school. And so and even in 8th grade, I didn't even take math. I was scheduled to take 9th grade math. I was going to be the only one in the school taking 9th grade math as an 8th grader. And my teacher was going to specially teach me so I could take the New York State Regents for 9th and 8th and let me advance, because the public schools had that service, but the parochial schools in our area did not have it in upstate New York. I went to this small school called St. Michael's in Cohoes. And my teacher was, she had been my math teacher for 4 years because collectively how we worked, 6th grade through 8th grade or 5th grade through 8th grade. And but she got sick like a month into my 8th grade year. I ended up taking no math. They didn't force me to take 8th grade math. We had a sub come in that took over for the class for the rest of the year. She never came back. I would try to look at the algebra book for 9th grade, but pretend I was doing it, but I never really did. So that was one thing in 8th. I didn't take 8th grade math, but I went into 9th grade and did really well again when I went to the public school in 9th grade. And then they advanced me into all advanced classes.
And for our listeners, the Regents exam, every kid in New York State takes the same test, and it's a great system to test the teacher.
Right.
I had a teacher in math. Everybody loved him, but he only lasted 1 year because he had basically so many of his students flunked the Regents exam.
In my 10th grade year, they had me take 10th and 11th grade math the same year because I advanced so much. In 9th grade, I got like a perfect score on the Regents algebra. So they allowed me to take 10th and 11th grade math in 1 year to kind of help me push me advance so I could take the AP calculus in 12th grade. And yeah, I mean, that went well. I got A's in that too. So academically, I liked school and I was good at school. Just kind of came natural to me. I didn't do anything extra. That's where the adversities, I felt like the sports had kept me rigid. I didn't do as well in school, I think, after I got diagnosed with the problem and I couldn't play sports. I just kind of cruised at that point. I was kind of distracted by maybe by teenage life and then not having the sports to kind of route my extra energy. I still worked out. So working out was one of the things that kept me kind of somewhat grounded, but I didn't have that, collectively that sport focus, which I think took a little bit away from my academic focus. And I did well, but I think it could have been better as well, just with a little more focus and more desire to kind of achieve at a higher level, which I think I was always more like I got to achieve in sports, not in school so much. I kind of took it for granted. I'll achieve school, just kind of go with it and not really have to do too much.
And what about part-time jobs? Did you have part-time jobs all along the way?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I had a paper out when I was, so I think I was always working hard. I had a paper out from probably 10 years old, going around the neighborhood, big pack on my back, delivering papers through our whole neighborhood, probably 60, 70 papers up at 5 a.m. in the morning before school.
Upstate New York winter weather.
Oh yeah, man. I'm going out, huffing it, either on my bike or just cruising around the neighborhood. I had the route for a couple of years, at least 2-3 years. So that precipitated one of my athletic training regimens was I would get up after watching Rocky Balboa and I would drink a protein shake, the first protein they probably ever made for public use. Tasted like chalk with some raw eggs. Pop it and go for my run. I thought, Rocky helped him be a better boxer. It was going to help me. And I would go out middle of the winter time, and go for that run. So yeah, I was ready to get it done. I don't even know. You think back in it and I can't connect with the motivation. I mean? I can't, but I did it. I had that motivation to do it on my own initiative. My parents didn't tell me to do it. I just, they probably were looking, my parents, my dad would just kind of look at me sometimes and shake my head with all the stuff. And then with my school too, how are you doing good in school? And he just didn't, he didn't connect with me like that. My dad was great. My dad was awesome about knowing you need to practice, I just didn't do it as much as I should have. I'd mentioned kind of that in the past with you. But my dad didn't, he didn't play a ton. He played basketball in high school but he wasn't great in school. So he didn't connect 100% with my academic side so much. So, but he was really good, with his hands, he could build anything and he still is to this day. I took a shop class in high school and my dad ended up doing my projects for me. because I like to read books, man. You know, Dad, could you build that bird feeder for me? I remember I had to do a bird feeder in wood shop, and I just couldn't get myself to build a bird feeder, but I could go read like a 400-page book.
Back in those days, I'm a dozen years older than you.
Yep.
The gals would take home ec, and the guys would take woodwork. Wood shop, woodwork. Mm-hmm. With so off to college.
Yep. I decided to be an engineer. My family had some, you know, some of the family difficulties you have. So the pursuit of college was not like this regimented. I picked the easiest application I could find, the shortest version, and I filled it out. And I got accepted to the electrical engineering program at University of Buffalo. And I wanted to go to a good school. My dad thought I should go to the local community college. I'm like, no, Dad, I'm not going. I'm going to go. I got accepted. I mean, I didn't have to even write an essay, which, you know, there was, you know, my first desire was to go to University of Maryland because we had seen it on a trip to DC, and I thought it was like the coolest looking college. I'm like, man, I think that's where I should go to college. But that, you know, with kind of life as it was at that point in my senior year, and, you know, trying to figure out the sports side, and there's, you know, some weird stuff in the family at that point, I just was like, yeah, I'm going to.
The weird part with your parents, they separated.
Right. Yeah. My parents had separated, which was, you know, just
happens.
Yeah. But I was not, you know, it was for any family, it's not an easy time.
Right.
And, you know, and you're trying to organize everything, coming off of knee injuries and trying to make teams and trying to do good in school, and then all that stuff happening as well. And then trying to figure out where to go to college. And I didn't take one college trip. I never saw University of Buffalo until I went to orientation that summer.
Yeah, it's interesting.
But it was a pretty cool school.
Interesting where now kids will meet so many specialists, have so much exposure. Mm-hmm. But and even, you know, the fact that they just are one track, a lot of times they're just playing one sport.
The thing was too, the state university system didn't have Division I sports at that point. So there was an opportunity for me to kind of try to play Division III at Buffalo. And so that was another, you know, back thought for me, because, you know, I'm a risk taker. I'll go for it. And so, when I got out there, I mean, I started making tons of effort. I didn't go out for football right away. You know, I got out there and I was looking at basketball, maybe try to walk on there as well. So just kind of feeling the place out, getting my, you know, I did well my first freshman semester, getting through all the weed out courses. You know, as an engineer, that's how they train you, or that's how they treat. I mean, they're like, you know, 33% of you or 66% of you will not be here within the next, you know, year to 2 years. You're gone because you're not going to be able to get through it. And so, you know, I was determined I was going to make it, and that part. And then also, you know, try to figure out I got a job because it was a little financial process with college, with the family and everything. And I was the first one going to a 4-year college. And my dad's side of the family, my mom's side had some teachers and nurses and stuff that had some degrees, but my dad's side, no one. And had a 4-year degree. So I was the first one kind of pursuing that kind of deal. And it was good. It was a good challenge. And I tried out, I decided to go for football in the middle of my freshman year. I met the coach, and a lot of my good friends I had made were on the team, and the starting quarterback and some linemen and some D-backs, I think defensive backs, were kind of all a group of friends. And so I started training with them in their off season after the season ended, and I traded all winter with them. And through the spring, I didn't play spring football because I hadn't been cleared with my knee. The knee had some things going on. Still, I'd kind of come back a bit, so I didn't get cleared. I went to the doctor in the summer, and they wanted to actually have surgery on me. So I ended up having basically surgery that summer. The problem I'd had, the osteochondritis, revisited me and kind of flared up, and that was pretty much the end of competitive sports then. because the knee with that, the way they did the surgery is they take a cubic centimeter out of the area that's degenerated. It's a degenerative bone that doesn't have capillaries anymore, feeding it nutrients. And the only way it gets better is that it refeeds. But the capillaries will regrow, but it takes a long time. But my bone had begun to deform, and they said the only way now to deal with it was to take it out. So I guess nowadays they can drill holes, and it'll the more the modern medical procedure, and the bone will regrow, and there's not damage to the cartilage or very minimal. So you can kind of get out of it quicker.
So you hit the wall again. So now you're getting slapped across the head one more time with injury.
Yeah. So, and I felt I was a resilient guy, but they were just like weird incidental things. You know what I mean? Like I felt like I could, my body could hold up. So, and I was always tied to the sport. So what do? Is I studied engineering, but I actually became a tutor for the athletic department. And for the next 3 years, I was officially like a tutor in the athletic department. I became the head of all tutors my senior year, so I managed the tutoring department.
Wow.
For the athletic program. My friends would joke and say, "You're the most famous guy in the athletic department that never played a sport." And I was very athletic, so I looked like one of the athletes. But a lot of people even thought because I was always around them that I must have been on a team, but no one really followed us that much as a Division III team. School, there wasn't as much kind of awareness of the team. So
I have to tell you a Buffalo story. So I go to Oswego. Oh, there's all these SUNY schools, like say the state of California, large population. They have all the UCLA, the CA schools. In New York, as you know, there's a SUNY school, State University of New York.
University of Buffalo is one of those.
And it was an accomplishment for me to make a hockey team. Because back in those days, it was just 98% Canadian college hockey. And the kids from Ontario, they went to grade 13. So that was a leg up at that time. But it was more political than having that extra year. So with a last name like Smith, the name tags came in the 70s. It was a big thing to have the name on the back of your jersey. So I have 3 older brothers, and I have one brother who was on the team at Oswego. And so I still have the name tags that my sister-in-law got for me, Smith. So it was pretty tough. Back in those days, they only played 4 defensemen. I was the 5th defenseman. I was sitting next to a kid I grew up with, Stevie Pelusio, and he had a stellar career at Oswego playing goaltender, being a goalie. So Pelusio and I are at the end of the bench. And back in those days, not only did they drink beer in the stands, they drank beer on the bus. But on the way trip, that means you'd be drinking beer with a coach on the bus.
On the way home.
On the way home.
Okay.
Especially if you won. So you remember these Buffalo fans, when we went to school, it was just so bad. So I played a few shifts, but, the coach, he was just going 4 defensemen. And the Buffalo stands start cheering, "We want Smith. We want Smith. We want Smith." There's a scar for you. So that's 50 years old, maybe, a little close to it. But engineering, you went directly into the engineering department?
Well, it's 2 years to get into the electrical engineering department. The first 2 years are general engineering studies. And so we learn, basic math, chemistry, high-level physics, some engineering statistics, engineering programming courses, kind of fundamental engineering. And then you get through those and have a high enough GPA, they will accept you into you're still like you take certain courses that lead you into the electrical program, or if you're chemistry, a couple other different programs. I think the chemistry, like I didn't have to take organic chemistry, but the chemical engineers had to take that. Right. So I had to take, a specialized physics program, and I think maybe a specialized statistics program to get in. That was part of the curriculum for the electrical program.
Going back to the name tag, Jockocracy, and that last name, like Smith, I could spell my last name, but I probably had some teammates that couldn't spell their last name. The name tags were already ordered for the Canadian kids before the tryout. but when you were tutoring, you tutored athletes from every sport?
Yep, every sport,
So that was a challenge. What was that like? I mean, some of them were really probably struggling academically.
Yeah, I mean, I think the ones struggling
tutoring.
I didn't get a lot of heavy strugglers. I think more of the kids were just struggling maybe in certain small topic areas. That was more of what I would remember seeing. I don't remember a long-term case study of tutoring in the collegiate scene. This one guy came to me forever because he was just trying to make it. I didn't get any good kind of scenarios like that. I had a variety of younger athletes coming in, maybe wanting to try to more of the technical degrees, that were trying to make sure that they were going to be able to get through and pass them.
That's what's great about these conversations. I've known you for more than a quarter century. You basically started being a relationship coach as a tutor.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Wow.
And I was inherently, I go back to high school and I would help some of my friends with their math. I kind of intuitively, I think, was always a good teacher. When and as a tutor, I did it kind of naturally. I remember us as engineers, we would study as groups and we would all help each other. You know what I mean? And I definitely would get help from my friends, but then I would help them in certain circumstances as well. So yeah, I think I'm naturally that people person. I think and it's a good point that me being able to do that job and like that job, but I worked like I was a price chopper grocery store in high school, and it's customer service. I like helping people, That's kind of the thing that, when I got into the real corporate world after engineering, it was, I like to help my coworkers and I like to help our clients. I like the tech support side where they got a problem, I can help them fix it, to help them. So it kind of became, I think one of the foundations of what helped me become a good coach is that, I'm kind of inherently wanting to help.
I know when I met you, I was so impressed when you found out you were an engineer. My father's a civil engineer. That means you're a real student. There's obviously a lot of degrees today where you don't have to be a real student. But from Buffalo, you were in the world working as an engineer. Tell us a little bit about that.
Sure. So graduate in 88 and I was fortunate. My mom had a friend, a neighbor. Oh, actually, a friend of my sister's in Columbus, Ohio. My mother was living in Columbus, Ohio, working for an ad firm, doing some type of advertising. But she had a friend in the neighborhood that my sister was good friends with, and he worked for an engineering firm. So just more, I'm starting to apply for jobs, and my mom mentioned to him that I was graduating in engineering, and so I sent before I even graduated, January of my last semester in college, I sent him a resume, had an interview beginning of February, like right in the first week of school, and got the offer a week later. So I had 3 months left of school and I already had a job coming out of college, starting like 3 weeks after college ended. So I was loving it. My senior year of college was like, yeah, I'm ready to go. I already got my job. And it was awesome. And it was a really interesting job. It looked like it was going to be fun. It was an international division. And so I was going to travel internationally as a consultant for this really large engineering firm. I think one of the 5th largest engineering firms in the country, in the world.
I'm going to guess at that point, perhaps you'd only been to Canada. You hadn't traveled internationally.
That's right. Yep, you're right. I'd only been to Canada because I have Canadian relatives from the Montreal area. So I'd only been to Canada at that point. And so it was, so 6 months on the job, moved to Columbus, Ohio. The campus, the building we were in is now actually part of Ohio State campus. I could look out the window and see Ohio State football training facility from from our offices. And that office building has now actually been assimilated into the Ohio State campus. It's one of the administrative buildings or something. So Yeah, I had a great experience. I got to go to Japan more than 15 times, Hong Kong, South America, Venezuela, Mexico, all over Canada. Did a lot of work all over Canada as well, which they did consider still our international division. And I took some Japanese, took a Japanese language course at Ohio State, continuing education, so I could have and it was it was a speaking course more than a written course. It was very speaking oriented. So I picked up a good starting fluency. So when I went there, I went a 6-8 week trip. My trips would be anywhere from 3 weeks to 8 weeks when I would travel. And I did a 8 week stint in Hong Kong, so just, yeah, and I worked hard. I mean, I would go and I'd get to see a little, but I worked, you know what I mean? Like, and I had learned from engineering school. You had mentioned it's a degree. To get an engineering degree, you have to work. You can't just cruise through. I mean, maybe some guys can. I couldn't. I had to work. I had to work. I mean, I got to play some. I'm not saying I was completely, out of mind, out of sight. And I wasn't your typical engineer. That was always the thing in engineering, is I wasn't the typical engineer. I was more I'll bring that up because it's a foresight into my future, is that, the group of people we hung out with were a little more social group in the engineering curriculum. We had like 4 to 6 people that we stayed together, a few girls, a group of 3 or 4 other guys, and we were kind of more of the social engineers, I would say, of the group. And the rest were dedicated, passionate. They had laboratories at their own houses. They had their own, oscilloscopes as electrical engineers, testing their own circuit boards. These guys were my lab partners. I loved them to death. I come in, you guys, we've done, Jodie, we've done the lab already 3 times at home before we went in. I'm like, good. Now you got to tell me what's in it, because I haven't even read the lab yet. You know what I mean? Because I was going to the gym and training, and I was living a little more social, and I was studying to get my work done, but I was a little different in that respect. I was not passionate to be the best engineer in the world. And that's an important point as well. I'd always been best to be an athlete, but I hadn't learned that connection. I felt in a way that I was in I was in limbo. I really did. I felt when athletics went away, I felt like I was in limbo, because I very much had a belief that I was going to be great as an athlete. And then I hadn't really found a way to reconnect in another direction. I guess engineering, maybe I hadn't found what I was supposed to do, because engineering, I didn't automatically say, okay, I'm going to be a great engineer, even though that's what I learned. I go, you can't always be, and that's a recommendation I make to a lot of people, younger people now, is that, let's just say, you hear this, I don't know what I want to do. I don't know. I'm going to try this, but I'm going to try it. But they don't really know if they want to do it. To me, that's, but they don't say, I'm going to try this and be the best at it. I mean, that's the missing link. If you're going to try it, if you're going to spend time on it, then approach it and be great at it. And that's the link I hadn't made, the connection. And I didn't figure that out till I went to the engineering firm, because I went about a year and a half in the engineering firm. Some books triggered me a little bit into this mindset, because I knew something wasn't quite normal. Like, I wasn't happy. I felt something was missing. I'm there. I'm listening to my coworkers complain. They're not happy. I'm like, I walked into that place the first day. I'm like, I want to do well. I want to be good, But I caught all these echoing of, this sucks and this isn't good. And, and then I was distracted. I had some money, making decent money as an engineer. So I was playing a little bit more and, just having fun, going on trips and kind of living a little gregariously, and not focused on and still doing my job to a level, but not to a committed level of greatness. And I felt void in my life. I was worked out all the time. I was fit. I had good friends, had girlfriend, everything's, I'm a pretty good, popular guy, but I wasn't great at anything, and I felt a void. I built a void. And so, Atlas Shrugged, we had talked about a little bit. That one, amongst other books, but I think Atlas Shrugged at that point kind of triggered that mindset in me about trying to be. I'm a reader of all kinds of books. So I love biographies. I always read as a kid. And so, a friend of mine had passed that on to me. So I read it, and what I grasped, one of the things that came out of it, the mindset of doing whatever you're doing, be great at it, and you're going to gain respect of everybody around you, and you're gaining self-respect for yourself, right? And I hypothesized that you may not know. Sometimes you got to try stuff to figure out where you should go. But if you try it, if you really want to get something out of it, you got to really try it and be great at it. And that's the, that's what spurred me forward. I mean, from that point, so I have this thing. I would walk into my engineering firm and I'd think to myself, I bet you there's not maybe there's some other guys like this. I hope there is. I don't know. No one's definitely sent it to me, but I would get up after that and I would drive to work and I'd walk into that building and I'd look around and say, they have no idea what kind of engineer they're about to witness today, because I'm coming here to be the best. I'm going to be the best engineer in the room. So I use that to this day with my athletes. I go, it's been congruent, all of them. Like, because a lot of them are in school. I'm like, you're going to class now, right? You had a good workout, trying to be a great athlete today, right? Well, you're going to go to class. When you walk into class, are you going to be the best math student in that math class? Are you going to dominate that math class? Are you? I mean, might as well try. I mean, it's not going to be as worth it if you're just going to sit there and kind of cruise, dominate, I mean, go after it. Try to be great. If you're putting your time to it, do it, and I definitely felt a lot of more the job became so much more like just embracing, engaging, but I worked twice a lot harder at it. I had a pretty good work ethic, but my work ethic went up a whole level. You know what I mean?
Just the influence from the one book or several others?
Well, the book was a big, and there was a few of my friends that were driving pretty hard in their own businesses, and those are the guys that passed the book on to me.
And the kids today wouldn't really realize, it's as thick as 2 telephone books, maybe 3.
It is. It's thick, crazy, but it's a great story. So it's very engaging. If you're into reading,
it's 1,000 pages.
It will pull you in, and you want to know it. So it's so well written. It's trying to teach you a lot of important lessons, and it does it through a great story.
And for the younger people listening, one thing you can do is just you can YouTube and just.
You can listen. My wife did that, honestly. So my wife, she likes books, but she'll do it more listening to books on tape or, on YouTube. And that's exactly what she did. She listened to it, I think, on YouTube or on like Kindle or something.
Yeah, but then there's all sorts of things. There's also so many segments about the book or so many short summaries or tidbits.
Yeah, that can maybe help. I mean, but if you go through the story itself, just helps reinforce the messaging. You know what I mean? Like I've read hers. I think it's some type of manifesto that Ayn Rand wrote that is basically a compilation of the, existential pragmatic theories that she has written in the book. That's a tough read, man. I can't read it. Like it's like 2 textbooks. It's like small. So it looks much less imposing than Atlas Shrugged, but it's just too dense. Like I got to read like a paragraph and reread it to really grasp what she's trying to, what the meaning of it is. At least that's my comprehension. Maybe isn't up to it. I don't know, but it's so I like that in the storytelling version. That's pretty cool. Like Jocko Willink we had talked about. He does that with his with his kids' books. And
say his name again.
Jocko Willink, someone that I read quite a bit of his stuff these days. And when I read something too, I read it more than once. So if it's valuable to me, I will read it more than once. Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich, was awesome. So I read it at least twice, if not 3 times. And, I think, so self-help books were good. Those kind of self-help guys. I went from Napoleon Hill to Anthony Robbins. This was perpetuated through, Atlas Shrugged was first though. And then from Atlas Shrugged, I went into Napoleon Hill. And
where did Dave Ramsey? You told me that today.
Dave Ramsey. I use Dave Ramsey to help on the financial side. Finances. You take risks in life and business, so you got to help. You got to be thorough with how you take your risks. And Dave gives some good pointers on that.
Tell us about Dave Ramsey and the children with the 3 envelopes.
Right, Dave wants you. wants it, and our kids are involved in this. I have two wonderful daughters. They're involved with having a spending envelope, a saving envelope, and a giving envelope, and just find the right percentages for your family on what works in those envelopes. Logically, I mean, we use like a 45, 10 for giving and spending and stuff like that. And Dave's a great guy. I'll tell you one more thing. All these self-help books were great. I got in, but I started applying it to business too. So from the engineering firm, I went into the world of entrepreneurialism and life of an entrepreneur. And I was lured out of the engineering firm by two engineers in a firm that they had started, which was these these dirigibles that were like high-tech dirigibles, floating devices. We could make any shape. We had triple axis gyroscopes on them. That helps things stay balanced, right? And they're filled with helium, so they float, but we can make them any shape and make them fly and do crazy cool stuff. And so that was that was my first business. I call these things adventures because I've had many. But in that sense, like I was brought into that. I left the firm after being a great engineer, and these guys, I decided to go for it. I took a risk, right? But they wanted me to be a sales guy. I never sold anything. I've never been in sales. But I started reading some Brian Tracy, who's a really good sales trainer.
I went to one of his training courses one time.
Yeah. And Brian Tracy, I read his book, being a reader, and I pulled out some of the really things that fit my processes. And that was the beginning. I took an IBM Audible sales another one I had at one of my business. I had one of the few jobs I had working for a company, the VP. That was a sales job for information technology training courses online.
I think one thing about like the Brian Tracy, I mean, in my library, I would have his book, but I also would have cassettes. Mm-hmm. You'd make your car a classroom, and then you go meet him in person.
That must have been awesome.
And then training to be a parent as well.
Yeah.
Brian Tracy, I remember got into that. So,
yeah, I think
some of that's gone away today because now, I mean, I'm just a hockey nut, and this gentleman Don Cherry. Some would say he listened to Don Cherry's podcast, and it's like, but I go to it, and it's Don Cherry's Vault, and it's like a 15-minute interview from 1983 with, say, an Al Arbor, a fantastic hockey coach. Right. And I just think there's so much to choose from now. But years ago, I think in so many ways, the sentence "less is more" applies.
Yeah.
But no, keep going, salesmanship. Go ahead.
Right. So the engineering thing was great. My work ethic spurned my commitment. I learned to commit. I will say that life took a little bit of I found in all of this that, and I'll mention this because I think it's important too, is that in all this, it was really good, but I thought that there was a little bit of a spiritual void in my life. And so to me, that was a missing link with all these really awesome, self-help type of sources, but they weren't, and I had been a Catholic growing up, but I kind of went away from the spiritual side, but I did feel that there was a void. And so I kind of reconnected with that side of my life as well. And that became to this day, I still think that's a really important part of life is having whatever your belief is, but having some spiritual, beyond it. Like there's a little bit more than what we got going on here. You choose what it is, and I'm not, we somewhat practice Catholicism, but I'm, I just believe it's important. So
one of the funniest lines ever, my brother Matt says, he doesn't ever remember saying this, but our great Aunt Anna would always ask, "Are you going to church?" And we went away to boarding school, Matt and I, at different times, older brother. And he was asked, "Are you going to church?" And he said, "Yes, Saint Mattress and Holy Pillow." But with that, I can remember year after year, Lent.
Oh yeah,
going to mass every morning before school, and you just, your mother goes, "We're going every day." It's like, okay, that I think that's gone away too. It's that expression, that family that stays together, prays together. Mm-hmm. That's amazing. But yeah, keep going.
So that was a good, that kind of embellished all the self-help stuff. I think it kind of brought in, and I felt, that was like a piece. It added peace to my life. And that was what I felt was, that's a kind of a subjective word, but it provided that to me. You know what I mean? Because life is chaotic. Life is full of adversity. And what's it all for? You know what I mean? Like, how are you pushing through it? So, but in my business adventures, they had a lot of ups and downs. That one dirigible company, had a lot of difficulty and we kind of pushed on it for probably 2 to 3 years. We had some success. I got to fly dirigibles at the Indianapolis Colts games with advertising on them. So I'm flying these, and I closed the deals. So I got to learn how to close deals. But then, we're a 3-man company, 4-man company. So I'm actually out there also flying the dirigible during the game. We don't have trained dirigible flyers, but I'm VP. So, but I closed the deal. I got an NFL contract, right? It was only a 1-game contract, but I got it. I closed a whole season contract with the arena football team in New Orleans. So I would go down from Columbus, and this one summer, six weekends of the summer, I was in New Orleans for the weekend, all fully paid for, flying a remote control blimp in the Superdome, right? A deal that I got to close, and it was just fun, man. We did some fun stuff. So
and the more I listened to you, I knew way back when I met you. We'll get to that, the fitness side.
Right.
But with you and Yvonne, I was thinking about you two guys would be the guys that I spent 2 years now, day in and day out with Yvonne.
Mm-hmm.
You remember when you would take a physics class and you had to throw the egg over the building, you had to have the egg drop. And there's just so many cool ways trying not to design something where the egg wouldn't break. I remember one guy, he boiled his egg. I remember one guy, he broke into the cafeteria and he stole as much aluminum foil as he could. And the aluminum foil he had around this egg so it wouldn't break. I mean, it was as big as 3 beach balls. I mean, it was huge. So I made my thing with rubber band and popcorn and I didn't remember the physicist, the teacher. He goes, "Yeah, well, your egg didn't break, but now you mathematically have to tell me why it didn't break." And it's like, just look at him cross-eyed, like, "No, I can't tell you why the egg didn't break." Now I know Yvonne, and you could do that.
Yeah.
But
I guess bringing that up was that I'm emphasizing the sales skills, and that was foundational for my fitness business when I first started it. Several business adventures later, I had a few, I was leading myself up to being in fitness in these adventures, but the adventures themselves were not in fitness. So, they all contributed to what would be my success in fitness. So I was always then on the sales side with a lot of different technological kind of scenarios. We had one non-tech business for a while, for 2 years, where we were in the ostrich meat for good nutrition, healthy, low-fat nutrition, but like a red meat. And I did that, took a risk with that for a while. Had some great success. We sold over $2 million worth of ostrich livestock, and we were getting the process to start to sell the meat and the byproducts, but then the market crashed and it was pretty much a mess after that. But hey, I mean, it was a fun ride. It was fun, and it was tied, but I did it because I was still in the working out at that time. I was staying fit. I was playing a lot of recreational sports, playing flag football, playing city basketball, playing sandlot football or softball, kind of stuff.
with a knee brace on, probably.
Well, my knee could take, it's funny, walking's always been the hardest part with my knee. If I walked a lot, it would get sore, but I could kind of sprint and do stuff and it'd be okay. When I was lifting, and lifting wouldn't bother a whole lot. It was really walking was crazy. If I walked a lot, it would get sore. So
you have to really strengthen your quads, ride the bike a lot if you get bad knees.
Yeah, I mean, all that can protect it, but this was in the joint and it was just kind of
bone on bone.
Right. They were creating that. That's what was being created was, it was precipitating a bone on bone scenario, but that area, because I think I would get bone bruised pretty easily because it was scar. When they took the bone out, scar tissue, this is how they described it, scar tissue would fill the hole. So what used to be bone is now scar tissue, but that's not bone. So it's not as rigid. It's not as strong. Right. And anything impacting in that area is going to have a greater impact on the bone. So maybe that's what got it sore.
Back to being an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
entrepreneurs, they staple, they use paper clips, they lick envelopes, they do everything.
Everything.
Someone comes out of college and they get a job in the corporate world. They don't really learn to work like someone who's an entrepreneur and trying to build their own thing. Could you comment on that?
Oh yeah. I mean, but I was driven. I wanted to be successful. I wanted to be great. So this leads into an interesting conversation that ties to the world of fitness and sleep. Like I wanted more time a day. I was an 8-hour-a-day sleeper, but I needed more hours because I need more time to work on my business. So it became what do they call it? A unicorn, right? I had to build the unicorn. You know what the unicorn is in business?
No.
Unicorn in business is $1 billion company. So if you can make $1 billion company, you created a unicorn. And everybody who enters, especially in the world of tech, is you want to create a unicorn. And so, I was going to do it but I've learned that, a lot of different lessons. And I had people hired for me. I had teams working. I probably could have been a better manager of the group and the team. And these are some of the things why maybe we didn't succeed. I had one back to that. We started a DNA testing company for the ostriches. So I was going high tech in the ostrich business, trying to help parentage test the ostriches to improve breed typing and crossbreeding and so we set up the whole thing. But to do all that and to do it at a high level, I needed more time a day. So I did like a sleep study. I went to the Ohio State Library. I was still in Columbus and researched as much research as I could find on sleep to make sure I did something healthy because I'm in the fitness and take care of my body. I don't want to do something unhealthy for my body. And, learned about circadian rhythms. And that was kind of the conclusion of the whole thing was I had to sleep a circadian rhythm about an hour and a half time block, give or take for every individual. So I reduced, at one point I was down to 4.5 hours of sleep a day, 3 circadian rhythm blocks. But I felt that 4.5, it didn't work right. So I went back to 6 and I stayed at 6, but I went like on a 3-month period of knocking my time down, or maybe more like 6 months, I would knock my time down like a half hour. So I wasn't knocking down in circadian rhythm blocks, but I was trying to get, so in 3 months, I would get down to a circadian rhythm block and I would just knock it down a half hour. And what do you think about it? 4 out. So probably about 8 months, I got it from 8 down to almost 4.5 hours. And all to be successful as an entrepreneur. But learning, having to learn how to run my own accounting, having to work with accountants, having to learn how to manage people, having to learn how to, to do taxes correctly through the accountant and pay for your payroll taxes. I'd made mistakes in those areas.
Tell us about your presentation at MIT.
Yeah. So one of our businesses was a really cool, very advanced technology. It was actually the same dirigible group engineers brought me into another crazy idea. They decide, not crazy, a great high tech called Raman spectroscopy, a very low level wavelength light that can, when it interacts with material, it reflects, and the data that the reflection has biochemical data about the substance it reflected off of. And this was Raman Chandra, a gentleman, an Indian gentleman, developed or he found this light reflection using certain types of wavelength, low or high frequency wavelength that you could emit, and then through a laser, and then how it reflected, you would collect this low level reflection that you had to have very high level what they call oscilloscopes that could, not oscilloscope, but spectrometers that could recover it. It was a very, very, very high tech stuff. So, and we could do some things in this world, this company, that even MIT couldn't do. So we going to my sales, I'll start with the sales part of that. So they brought me in, and one of the first things the engineer said is, we've been calling MIT for a year. My 2 engineering buddies who brought me in, who were running the business, they said, we can't get MIT on the phone, man. They won't listen to us, but we know we can help them. And they've tried for a year. I don't know exactly frequency, right? And I'm like, I just said, well, just give me a week or 2, fellas. I'll take care of that for you, right? And they knew that was my skill set. I had closed all those deals. All those deals I closed in our dirigible company. So I studied the material for like 2 weeks, got the basic terminology down about light science and all this Raman spectroscopy and just spectroscopy in general, lasers, whatever. I made one call in the first call. I got lucky because it doesn't always happen in one call. I know that sales is a numbers game, and that's what makes me good at sales. That part, one of the parts, but I knew how to get through the gatekeeper. They had no idea how to get through the gatekeeper. I got through the gatekeeper right to the research scientist in the first call. Had him on the line, told him what we can do. He's like, man, can you send me one? Like, I already had him. Can you send? So in my first call, which they had tried to do for a year, I was there for 2 weeks, made my first call to them. I think I made a few of it because my approach, I'll usually, if I'm dealing with a new tech, which I've done a lot, then I will do a few test pilots so I'll call lower level people before I go for the big dog, just to get my rapport down and make sure my speaking is good. Because they kept asking, did you call MIT yet? Did you call MIT yet? I'm like, I'm almost ready. I'll let you know. But then I made the call and it was right there. So then we sent them the stuff. They did research on it. And then they called me up there to visit with them. And I got to do a presentation for the laser spectroscopy lab at MIT on our technology. And it was a really awesome experience to be. And I spent the day with one of their consultants. I swear the gentleman, and not in an offensive way, he looked a lot like Einstein. He had this long gray hair and he was an older gentleman. And he spent the whole day with me as a liaison to the lab. And then we had lunch together and hung out with me while I did some stuff with the research engineer. And then they brought me I had to know later in the day, I had to do a presentation on our technology to the entire 13 laser physicists at MIT, probably some of the smartest laser physicists in the world. And it was fun. It was it was a really, I embellished it. I embraced it. I said, I'm going to do great. But I'm not going to overstep my bounds. I was intuitive enough. I presented, even touched upon some very debatable scientific principles going on in the world of spectroscopy and laser science. And they're like trying to draw me into a debate. And I'm like, first of all, I said and actually it was the director of the lab tried to draw me into a debate on this one topic, which I knew was a debate in the world of spectroscopy. And I'm like, I'm sorry, sir. I don't have the background to go in a debate with you on this. I know it's something you guys are kind of debating as to what is the truth of what's happening, but I'm not qualified. And then he asked me, son, what's your degree? Jodie, what's your degree? What's your background? And I told him I was an electrical engineer. That's what I do. And, but yeah, impressive, smart people.
MIT. One time I heard a comedian, I've certainly looked for this on YouTube.
Yeah.
He had an acronym for every state, or excuse me, every state. Yeah, that's correct. And then he did it for universities as well. Mm-hmm. Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I just remember Iowa. Idiots out wandering around. But you could change that to intellectuals out wandering around. Yeah. But with MIT, one of our students was a coach at MIT. We had I know one student was accepted. Mm-hmm. We haven't had too many people go to MIT. We have 2 students right now that want to get in the door. But you being from upstate New York, there's Morrisville, New York, and there's a junior college, Morrisville Institute of Technology. So I grew up with all these kids that they're walking around a sweatshirt that says MIT.
I have friends that went to Morrisville. I went and hung out in Morrisville for the weekend.
MIT. Yeah, it's not too far. Route 20 from Albany, right?
I kept my MIT connection recently too. Last summer, I took an applied data science curriculum with them, just like a post-grad kind of professional education course that was actually run by the electrical engineering department. It was awesome. I loved it. It was hard. It was challenging, very technical. I felt like I was back in college, but I did it for the data science, for the analytics that could be applied for sports science.
And 3,000 miles on the other side, Caltech. You have any connections with people with Caltech?
No, I just remember that out of my high school graduating class, only one person out of, I think it was 1,000 people that graduated that year got into Caltech.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't getting into MIT out of high school. I mean, I would have had to have made that commitment like I did to pro sports.
Yeah, we've
or
had,
to college sports when I was a kid.
no, we've had tennis players that definitely, but MIT is several of the top D3 schools. The coaches just don't have the pull.
Mhm.
If you get in, you get in, and MIT is that way. I think so is Caltech. But we've had some students where the coach, I'd really like to have this player, but you can't have a blemish on you can't have a B.
Yeah.
B for blemish, you can't have a B on your report card.
Yeah. So, but this all led into the fitness side. So concurrently, while all these adventures are going on, I'm designing some fitness products. And that's, again, what's alluring me into on my own. I'm designing it. I had one of my business side ventures is I had a stretching apparatus. That right now, there's some similar products out there. I was never able to get it off the ground. Some of my other business ventures I had to reroute my energy back to them, and I couldn't finish the project. So that was one deal. We were in the process of putting a patent together for it, and there are some apparatus actually that have come out subsequently that look a lot like it or have similar function.
But with the entrepreneurial projects before so you're along these hours and weeks and months and years, you're taking your interest into developing fitness products or projects with, as an entrepreneur, you didn't hit it though. In other words, you didn't make money.
I didn't make a lot.
Big money there.
No.
So then you have that money to say, okay, now I can divert some funds into my real passion.
Right. No, I had to do things like I had to get second jobs. You know what I mean? I never been in food service. Nothing wrong with food service to make extra money, but in one of my business ventures to keep it going at nighttime, I was working as a caterer for a catering company to help pay the bills before this thing could produce money. I was working as a business development for another technology startup type of thing. This was power conditioning equipment. And during the day, I would help them market, develop, and sell the product. And at night, I was working catering. My car, struggling a little bit financially. My car's air conditioning breaks. So I'm going to Ford Motor Company to do a presentation. I have no AC and I got to drive 2 hours in the middle of the summer. So I'm driving up there in my car with the AC's broke and I'm driving in my shorts and t-shirt with my suit hanging in the window. I get a mile from the plant and I pull into a gas station and put my suit on because I knew if I wore the suit, it was going to be disaster, right? But this is the risk reward. You go for it and you decide, and you may or may not make it. And my greatest success was the fitness side. I think these other things I had success, no question. I helped these. The firm with Raman Spectroscopy, they went on to raise many millions of dollars and have a great run at some other telecom tech, a little bit of a divergence from where they were. I helped contribute when I was there, but I wasn't involved in that part of it. But then they actually crashed and burned even after raising millions of dollars to try to make them, they didn't ultimately make it. So.
No, that reminds me of my days where I was working as a volunteer for Vic Braden. So I was working as a bartender, jump in a swimming pool. No bathroom. I'm living in my van. And, could be there. Vic comes to work at 6 a.m. I'm going to be there at 5:45. I had to close. Not a really heavy-duty bar, but a pizza pub bar. And, I'm one of those guys that, hey, Mom, there's a guy shaving in the McDonald's bathroom. Those are the things that you do when you want to make something happen, but you can't rub two nickels together.
Yeah, and I had friends tell me, you can't make it, Jodie, without money. How are you, I'm taking this risk. And some of my good friends, they come back 20 years later and say, dude, kind of wish I did what you did. And then they tried to do it and they weren't successful and they lost a chunk of money, but they felt way better that they tried. And they were also the guys saying they didn't have the money and things got really tough for them. And they had a little bit of money to start, but then it got tough, and it's, I had developed a thick skin and I was going to make it. And, I couldn't put a finger as to why it hadn't happened yet, and after the ramen, that was 1996 was the ramen tech. is when the fitness thing spurned up, because I was in a segue. That one ended. I was in Atlanta. That one ended, and I was working with the Georgia Tech Technology Development. Kind of, they helped like an incubator for young tech companies. That company was in that. And I was close to Florida. My mom lived in Tampa, and that's what brought me down to Tampa, because that kind of ended abruptly for a few reasons within the management crew. And when I came down here, I'm like, what am I going to do? Do I go back into engineering? Do I push sales? I'm good at sales. I'm sure I can make some good money. But this fitness thing, I've been designing products. I like the technology. Maybe it's time. What do I do? Where do I go? How do I spurn that? Or maybe I look at some fitness companies, work with them. Or how do I get better at this? How can I make them, how can I take them and make them believe about my products I'm developing? And one of my hypotheses was I really had to learn the science of the body and training, because I really didn't know it. I had been training with guidance from others on how to be an athlete and reading what I read, but nothing too serious in training. So I'm like, I'm going to try it. I think that's a good way to go. It's maybe, I'm in Florida. Fitness is big down here.
What were your resources when you first started studying?
For that?
Yeah. Just book after book. And
okay. So I went to USF because I was big into going through research, right? So I went and started just reading research, and through all my other high-tech stuff, I read research all the time. So I was very comfortable with that. And then I would look for some higher level training books. And I found the Russian was like the only one that had these good manuals on how to train athletes, and and super compensation. That might even be the title of the book. Was the first book I found on training athletes. And I think Don Chu had a book on plyometrics.
I remember that name. Yeah.
And so those were some of those were two of the books that influenced me early. I got a very low level certification to start. And I started doing research around Tampa. Where do I do? What do I do? Where do I go? What do I do? And I found, doing a lot of market research, I found a gym that the lady was trying to rent a whole little side of her gym that was an empty, fully equipped studio. That I'm like, well, let's go for it. Let's try it. I'll take the risk. Let's do it. It was a certain rent a month. And
this is about the time I met you. That's not the same gym that I used to call the Rocky Balboa gym.
It was, but it was the smaller part of that gym. It was
okay. All right.
It was a part of that gym. So it was the same gym, but just a part of it.
I see.
It was a small part, and that was my dedicated studio. So I had my own studio. I started the business, incorporated, found an attorney, happened to be one of my high school friends, had moved, who's an attorney, had moved to Florida. And he was a business attorney. So he helped me with getting all incorporated correctly. And I started training, looking for private clients and, networking, going to business networking events, and just utilizing my business sales abilities, really. I mean, the sales played a huge role in the beginning. That was a big part of my success. I had never trained anyone in my life. Here I am. People had always asked me, because I was an athletic, fit person. So if I go in the gym, maybe, once a week, twice a week, someone says, dude, what do you do to train? I always had that kind of attention because I looked very athletic, but, and I was very scientific. So as I learned it, I took that kind of approach. I'm like, we got to measure everything. And I kind of found in doing the market research that not a lot of people were measuring stuff.
No, to this day they're not.
You know what I mean? So I'm like, that's a differentiator, because I can prove, and I will, but I felt confident that I would learn to be able to make these things better, measure. So I started to measure all kinds of stuff and then remeasure and show progress. And I knew that was a differentiator right from the beginning, and I'm like, these other guys, you feel better, you look better. Yeah. You look in the mirror. I'm like, what's your numbers, man? I want that to happen too. I want that subjective confidence, but I do want measurables, that just was kind of maybe, through my engineering background, we always use numbers, we always measure, we always see the change or whatever. So, that was a big foundational part. And then I just kept reading everything I could find, going to conferences.
And you worked with all athletes?
Well, not in the beginning. It was in the beginning, it was more general fitness. I didn't have an athlete. Too many in the very beginning. Greg Rule at Northdale. I met him, and he was the head coach at. So I was going to country clubs trying to find maybe tennis players. And
Greg Rule, University of Tampa.
Yep, University of Tampa head women's tennis coach.
Great guy.
And this is where my sales kicked in, because I had never trained an athlete in my life. I trained myself. I'm athletic. You know what I mean? But I had never actually trained an athlete, and I had the account before I had trained an athlete. So I walked out of there. Greg's like, yeah, let's do it. Here's the numbers, look good. And I went right to USF library, and boy, that's when super compensation got really real. Because I had like 3 weeks before I was going to start training the women's tennis team. I had been in business for 3 months, never actually trained an athlete. And now I had a whole college team. And I better figure this out fast. And back then we didn't have to have a CSCS to be there to train. That hadn't become a requirement by the NCAA. This was the late 90s.
Tell us those initials stand for.
Certified Strength and Conditioning Specialist from the National Strength and Conditioning Association. That's kind of the elite pinnacle certification for training athletes. There's a few others that are very good and complementary to that. But that one's always been acceptable, kind of the high level, you know, at the NFL, at the professional level, and then also at the collegiate level. And so I studied. I started putting my formula together. I knew the system I had developed for myself, which I thought was pretty sound and based on the literature, it was good. And I added in, how do I use plyometrics? Because I really hadn't even done plyometrics for myself. But I started very much applying it all to myself first too. Like I started creating a system for myself to see how it impacted me. I was always a tester of everything and making sure I was competent in everything, so I could demo correctly and all that kind of stuff. So,
well, I was in Tampa 15 years. So you and I both pretty much were starting in Tampa at the same time. University of Tampa, for the most part, weren't the girls pretty much at a beginner's level? Weren't you shocked that they weren't that fit?
Yeah. There was the whole lot of, I mean, the criteria I was establishing was definitely novel for them. And that's what really this snowballed, because one team for 3 months, and then I get an offer from the athletic department to train the whole athletic department. You know what I mean? So here I am now about 7 months into being a trainer, and I've just got the whole athletic department at a university. And it was just, you know, it hit. It finally, in a way, in my mind, all my entrepreneurial endeavors had reached the pinnacle to some degree. I was where I should be. Right.
And I know you're not supposed to categorize, Jodie, but from one sport to the next, even without fitness, just the culture. You know, say if some kids playing volleyball, some kids playing basketball, some kids playing tennis. Mm-hmm. What do you comment on that? How did it vary from one sport to the next when you first started at Tampa?
Yeah, I mean, I would say the baseball team heavily into working out at that point.
And they were very successful.
Yeah, very successful. The basketball team was all about working out, but differently, not like what I was bringing to the table. You know, but they had some conditioning regimens that were pretty rigid, because you had to be conditioned to run up and down that court for 4 quarters. You know what I mean? So their stuff was a little bit more conditioning based, but they had some strengthening. Swimming had a great work ethic, but not much going on with lifting. And I was bringing that to the table with them. They have a really good swimming team. Tennis they weren't a great team when I came there. You know what I mean? So
yeah, they were limited scholarships, I believe, and been 2 scholarships. It wasn't a fully funded program.
Our 1-2 were a little bit better athletes, a little bit better players, but no lifting, especially then, was definitely not.
Yeah,
not a norm.
For tennis parents listening, you have to understand that if your child has very low shot tolerance, they can't keep many balls in play. That means they're going to be playing against somebody who can't keep very many balls in play. I mean, water seeks its own level. If you're a 3-5 player, and on the club side, you're playing against 3-5 players. If you're number 6 on the JV team, junior varsity, you're playing the number 6 player on the junior varsity team. And So now the USTA is consistent from one section to the next. If you're going to 11-7 tournament, you're playing against people who play 11-7, 11-6 tournaments. But I found it, and I think many of the fitness trainers would be very good. But as a supplemental coach where people come and visit, Yvonne would know this well, is that, we run the beep test or run a 12-minute run, do a mile time. Whoa. I mean, the parents have spent a ton of money, ton of time, and they're really not trained as athletes. Mm-hmm. But so keep going. So I certainly met you shortly after that. I know you worked at Palmer Academy, and then you helped us with a team that won a national title.
Simultaneously at UT, I was able to get another contract with University of South Florida Tennis. Greg went over there, and he basically nurtured me with the head coach. He went over to be an assistant at USF Women's, and we had a new coach coming at University of Tampa. And so then I was jumping between the two schools, and I had my own gym. So I'm jumping between two schools and my own gym. That lasted about a year. Palmer came after that. And I think then you guys came in after I was at Palmer for a year.
Mr. Palmer, he was not there when you were there.
No.
Mr. Palmer, his son Jared Palmer, what he brought to the academy is relatively new. Voluntary, before 1979, you never heard the word academy. Now, Nick had a background as a paratrooper, and he called his program the Nick Voluntary Academy. Now, there was military academies. I went to a boarding school that was an academy, Kimball Union Academy. Now everything was an academy. Right. Even like a grassroots level after-school program, it's called an academy. But no, I spent quite a bit of time at Palmer Academies.
Yeah. Oh, did you? Okay.
Certainly just with tournaments and.
Okay.
At one point, I first went to Tampa. I remember I was giving private lessons to kids that went to Palmer's.
Okay. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's so many years ago. But go ahead. So you've worked with a lot of tennis athletes. Yeah,
tennis has definitely been a larger part of my clientele. And most recently, I was with the Guizar Tennis Academy, and for about 4 or 5 years, and then through COVID, then they kind of disbanded, and then I was at Eckerd College for 7 years, and I had their tennis team for 4 of those, men's and women's tennis.
Somewhere in between, you helped us. There's a girl from Japan who coaches at Eckerd that was with us. All these connections with.
Yeah, so 3 college tennis teams I worked with in your academy, Palmer, GTA. I'm with a junior development program right now. That's, they're emerging, I think. I'm a step with that emergence. They're more of a local program in Tampa and at Seminole Lake Country Club in Seminole, Florida, near, Pinellas County. But, so this is kind of my fourth academy level kind of involvement. I'm working in a facility in the club. So more tennis clients specifically. So, but yeah, so tennis has been high, but I've had the great fortune of working with a professional athlete in almost any sport you can think of.
I remember your business card had like every ball on it.
Right.
It was a cool business card.
Right. Yeah. Because that's one of the great things about, if we look at a business that can have breadth, and have longevity, we need a broad variety of clients. That was always, tennis, obviously, be a great tennis coach. You're going to have just tennis athletes you're going to train. You're limited. You got to really focus in that sport. In our sport, we could, generically, athletically improve. There's a lot of relation between the sports. You have to understand the differences and the relationships, and then train appropriately. But our training is based on training all sports. And we're in our certification, the NSCA, CSCS, they teach you that differentiation. So we are, I felt comfortable with anybody in any sport. And that's kind of my natural, going back to like the tutoring in college, and then loving sports. I love to see everybody get better at their sport. And so in my business, one thing that did happen, I think was really significant, was early on, I was getting really good as a performance and strength coach and speed coach. And my guys and girls are becoming so much more athletic, but I'm sitting there going, they're not getting much better in their sport. What's going on? Like, that was an intriguing question to me that, played into some of the other expertise I worked on developing. And I do some work in those areas, is that why weren't they getting better in their sport? Even though they were becoming more athletic, why weren't they like the team sport people actually playing on the field? And it could be, it could be a political thing at the school or whatever, but more than likely it was just they weren't good enough. They may be more athletic, but they're not good enough at their sport. They're not practicing, So I did a little survey with my group athletes to figure this out, because it was bugging me. Because my success is if they play better in their sport. Yeah, I can show the numbers they're better, but it really helps me if they do better in the sport too. Then they'll tell their friends, well, yeah, they'll say, I'm faster, I'm stronger, and Jodie helped me, and I'm also doing great in my sport. That brings more referrals. You're not really helping me. If you're getting more athletic, but you're not better in the sport, then you're not going to bring more referrals. So I'm like, it's bugging me, because I want this business to be very successful or more successful. And so I asked some kids, like some baseball guys, so how are you training? He goes, Coach. So I get a variety of answers. It was funny. It was crazy. It was like, one guy looked at me and said, Coach, yeah, well, ever since I started working out, I stopped practicing. I don't need to practice now. I'm just getting more athletic. I'm already good. So I don't need to practice anymore. I'm going, dude, come on. I mean, you have to practice your sport, even though you're getting more athletic and more physical. And then another guy looks at me and says, well, Coach, we're practicing even more. And this dude's like limping into my gym, right? He's like overtraining. Him and his dad are doing like 200 pitches, in like a 30-minute time period. Like, they're not even getting breaks. Like, they do 50 balls and then they do another 50. Well, swinging a baseball bat 200 times, he gets jacking his back up, and I'm like, okay, I got you. So you're overtraining. And then the other guy's like, well, I'm still doing the same stuff. So it just was intriguing to me. Like, why are people getting better? And I think it ties into, you guys have such a good system on improving skill for tennis. But skill acquisition became an intriguing component. I studied it quite a bit, and I find that, there's some sports science that can be applied to the acquisition process that can be also helpful as well. And I've consulted with people just in helping them structure their practice schedules more effectively around their training. And, one of the things we did was, and maybe a valuable insight to, our tennis crowd is that we always had our weightlifting and intense training. Our weightlifting intense training, we always did it after we had them do their skill, like my pro baseball guys and even my football guys. I'm like, we go to the field, we'd run sprints training, and then I would say stick around, and the quarterbacks would show up and say, we got receivers or tight ends or even running backs, run through your specific drills for your positions, and then come see me for the lift and the plyos and anything else that'll take off of there. Because having your peak energy levels to apply that to your skill development to me. Now, you still have to apply the skill when you're under fatigue, but if you're trying to develop peak skill, elite skill, you better be pretty fresh often when you're training, and then, and I've gotten into the intricacies of looking at how you like block training and different types of ways of doing it. And I like, have some methodologies that I've helped guys use that have helped them, get some pro contracts and it's just so I can help, anything I can do. I want my people to be better at their sport,
there's so many comments to throw in. I mean, one thing comes to my mind, there's so many people, especially boys, they like to lift weights, but they don't like to do the cardio.
Oh yeah.
With, to really get the heart rate up and get the feet moving. But with fitness, or our parents especially, when kids, and most kids have to do it, the sooner they find out, the better. They got to rebuild their game. They got to go back to the drawing board. Kids a redo. And it's based on calculation. So I feel, well, the kid's too old, make changes to their game. Well, I ask kids all the time, say a kid is 15. You want to play tennis when you're 35? Well, there's prevention of injury, but you could be playing competitive tennis when you're 35. One of our students, I'm sure there's a good chance that he was in your gym. Rye Tarpley, we had him on as a guest. He became the number one player in the 40s in the U.S.
Oh, wow.
The time I met him, and he was good enough to play at a place like Northwestern. So I mean, he was one of the better juniors in New England, and he could play nationally. But his game was a train wreck. He really didn't find out till he was 27, 28 years old. He had major holes in his game. So while parents, their kid is going to go through a redo, and that's another thing. That's like looking for a needle in a haystack to find somebody that can help you. People don't even know. I mean, your child, they're 14 and they've been playing. It's a safe bet that every time they've hit a serve, they've shifted their head. That's 7 years. And then they've had palm up or some version of palm up. And, granted, there's not a right or wrong way to play, but there's efficient, inefficient. So when people are going through a redo, first of all, if you do it right, your cardio is going to go way down. I mean, there's going to be atrophy. You should be standing in one place learning how to hit the ball all over again. But during that time, what a great time to work with someone like yourself and treat yourself like an athlete. Now, we can go on. You and I could go over through so many stories, because once you start talking about players you've worked with, my oldest brother got a PhD in Russian studies. And, he was very interested in hockey like we all were. Grew up in a hockey family, Canadian border, Northern New York. I listened to a podcast the other day that was about when the Russians came over here in 1972 and shocked the Canadian. But I remember my brother saying that all the Russians start with gymnastics. I told you earlier before we got on air, if you see 6 tennis courts in Moscow, one of them is going to be set up to your liking. It's going to look just like it's for gymnasts. I mean, you're not hitting a tennis ball on that court, and they're not worried about taking the equipment off the court. It's permanently on that court.
That's crazy.
Because they're going to make the kid an athlete. Now, they're going to train 3,000 hours before they play. Now, even the Americanized Russians that live here, they need to be slapped across the head and go, hey, this is how they did it. They didn't really, from a tennis standpoint, it's not like technique was in the forefront with the Russian mentality, but the work ethic. So my 2 boys, by the age of 10, and this is something that with the Russian mentality, start in gymnastics. And then by the time you're 10, you should have mastered 2 sports.
We did gymnastics with both the girls. My daughters have taken at least a year.
Even if it's just tumbling.
Body awareness. We did it because just that same deal.
Body awareness and
athletic intelligence,
the fear.
Athletic development, athletic confidence. You learn more than one sport.
And kids today, I mean, it wasn't fair for girls years ago, but years ago, the fear of falling, kids didn't play touch football years ago. They played tackle football. I want to play touch football. We're going to play tackle football. And kids years ago, they would, they'd come in for dinner and their clothes would be all mud and grass stained. And that's the way obviously you grew up. But one thing with tennis players, I know when we worked together, I was telling people, because we even had fitness on site at times where it was basically we're doing footwork drills and what have you. It's like, well, okay, people have a fitness trainer. Years ago, but a tennis program, you would do the running on your own and people would just play all day. And they'd play other sports. Like in Europe, kids are going to play soccer nonstop after the tennis practice is over. But I can remember just telling parents to go to your place because, okay, first of all, the kids got to rebuild their game. Back years ago, when we first met, homeschooling was just starting to become popular 25 years ago. And kids they'd be in a classroom for a full day and they'd have homework. And a lot of schools, private schools, public schools, especially I think some private schools, we're going to be the best because we give the most homework. And they're stressing the kids out with too much homework. And there's only so many hours in the day. So then if they do meet a technician, a tennis player, somebody who can rebuild their game, it's going to take time. But yeah, to actually incorporate fitness, the sooner the better. Why don't you comment on that? I mean, like an early start.
Oh, yeah. Because it's going to be part of the the whole process. To be an elite athlete in any sport, you have to have a certain level of athletic performance training, strength and conditioning, whatever term you want to apply to it is going to be an essential and a necessity. So we've done that, with my daughters are fortunate and unfortunate. They've been around the gym. The gym's actually a playground for them, kind of like the tennis facility is a playground. We kind of established that at the beginning to make it a fun place. So they want to be there. But then you've always been instituting some training. You know what I mean? It was novice in the beginning, body weight and, just little drills. Like you'll watch them and they're very proficient in ladder drills. They've been doing since they were little kids. You know what I mean? So it helps them, but it has a crossover to their footwork or their ability to pick up new footwork, when they need to. Them being, exposed to things like that. So, and it's not like, and they they just understand it. And I agree. I mean, I think it's, in the NSCA guidelines, which, I actually got certified, I think about 2 years into being at University of Tampa. So it's been 25 years certified, as a strength and conditioning specialist but the guidelines with them is they have guidelines set up where we start training at 7 years of age. And so, and I think that's reasonable, but you do it understanding that their bones are developing and you use, the right metrics and they have guidelines in their book. And if you have if your background's been developed well, you have a strong sense of, what's going to work and what's not going to be risky but what's going to be beneficial.
There's so many things come to my mind with Ty Tucker, who's a tennis coach, a men's coach at Ohio State. Mm-hmm. Go way back to Jeremy Wertzman, who coaches at Indiana now. And if people went to our course, Tennis Intelligence Applied, they can see a clip of Jeremy Wertzman at age, I guess, 11. They became a national junior champion. He was ranked one in the NCAAs. So, his first player actually was his older brother who had a connection. He played at Ohio State. But Mark, his older brother, I worked with in the summers. But Jeremy, you work with someone when they're really young. But with Ohio State, Ty Tucker, the ladders, the tennis ladders. Mm-hmm. It's amazing. You ask tennis kids, you have one of these? Because tennis parents, pat them on the back. Yeah, I've got one. The kids go, yeah, I've got one. I go, do you use it? No. But Ty Tucker, my son Connor would say, if you listen to a tape of Ty Tucker talking to his athletes, it doesn't sound like tennis. You would think it's football. He looks like, so you have to be fairly old to know this. He looks like Sergeant Carter on Gomer Pyle. It looks just like him. And he certainly can, he could do a good Sergeant Carter. Everybody should YouTube that if you want to get an idea of Ty Tucker. But Ty Tucker, I remember him just saying, I hate those ladders. Because the ladder comes from football. Mm-hmm. And it comes from getting big truck tires. Not car tires, but truck tires. Mm-hmm. And then the football players go through it and they just pick their legs up.
Right.
And the ladder's expensive. So the parents say, well, you could you just take a piece of chalk in your garage or your basement and you can make a ladder.
We use tape sometimes and make it with tape.
Yeah, but to do that, to make it really challenging. So I could go on and on with other stories, but why do you say a few things about Ohio State? For example, you athletes training there, you were working there.
Yeah, later on in my, ran the training facility for 15 years. So significant amount of success with all levels of athletes. Some, many scholarship to major D1 universities, many getting drafted by the Major League Baseball and such. But I segued out into human performance technology consulting, kind of tying in my background as an engineer and understanding sensors. And I had the opportunity to work with many professional and major college teams, a lot of it tied to my sales prowess to start. and then again, another risk I took in business a little bit. And at one point, I had this technology I started consulting for. It was a wearable that had a breathing sensor and a medical grade physiological sensor. So it read like heart rate, but at a medical grade, you could actually pull the EKG off of it. And it was just a strap. So it was very high grade. You get really high grade, medical grade HRV off of it, very accurate. Like it was used very heavily in research, military research. I had Navy, SEAL Team 6 was one of my clients using the technology. And I'd been on a SEAL base before as well. But at Ohio State, I got this company, their first major college team, which was the Ohio State Buckeyes, which was my favorite team, being in Columbus for 8 years. So it was kind of a nirvana. I had a lot of good buddies who led there. So it was a nirvana kind of account for me. It was a good financial account. And then it was and I still had the gym going at that point when I was started working with them. And I was trying to run the human performance consulting with the gym, another business adventure step. And when I went on campus, it was ironic. I had 3 athletes on different teams, one being Steve's son, Connor, playing at Ohio State. And I had one of the basketball players, Evan Ravenel, and then I had Daviana DeSalvatore, who was a libero on the softball team or on the volleyball team. And so, it allowed me to it gave me easy entry to all these teams as a consultant, because I talked to the strength coach. I'm like, yeah, I train Davi, or I train Evan, or I train Connor. And the strength coach, you do that? They train in my gym. I'm like, oh, dude, come see me, come talk to me. And they know I'm working with the football team with the technology. And so I got to kind of get all over the athletic department and just have a great rapport with their whole sports science group. They didn't really have sports science at that point. It hadn't evolved to that yet. But the strength coaches were operating in that role for the most part. And it was fun.
Go Buckeyes.
Yeah, it was awesome. I had a story in the football room, because you're not supposed to step on the Ohio State logo. And I stepped on the Ohio State logo in the football training room, in the football strength and conditioning gym, in front of all the strength coaches. And I got this look, and they're like, give me 100, Johnson. Give me 100. You step on the logo, you owe them 100 push-ups.
I was out.
I went to work.
I was out hanging out with the UCLA tennis team. Robin Anderson, who spent a lot of time with, was playing one for them. And I ended up at Ohio State campus to watch some matches. Mm-hmm. And I show up, and I'm wearing a UCLA hat. Didn't even think anything of it. A hat's a hat.
Right.
And my son goes, what are you doing? What are you talking about? What are you doing with that hat on? You got to get a different hat. Hey, here's
Connor was going crazy.
Here's a story for listeners. Ferris State. I really respect students who take at Ferris State. They're taking 4 years to get a professional tennis management degree.
That's awesome. Yeah.
And then I was instrumental a little bit before Ferris State started. We had this program at Tyler Junior College. We talked about it on the podcast many times, where I had a chance to revise a curriculum. So Colin Cadwell, great guy. He graduated Ferris State, worked there for years. I mean, that guy, he bled for Ferris State. He just was connected. I mean, and get myself in trouble, but he would be really sick to his stomach. He'd come and hang out with us. I mean, I remember being in Chicago. I was on the Ferris State campus 3 times, and he just knew that the Ferris State students weren't really learning the nuts and bolts of how to hit a tennis ball. But obviously, there's so many things to be a tennis director, a tennis teaching pro manager. And so anyway, one spring break, he brought maybe 10 students to hang out with us for 10 days, a weekend on the front side, weekend on the back side. And I'm interviewing all these young guys, or grinding them might be a better verb. And what do you want to do? And they all said they wanted to work with athletes, want to work with players. I said, well, that's great, but you guys are all 19 to 23 years old. And I think maybe three of the days, could have been 4. My intensity level could have been up. I said, all right. And I remember just telling, I would just show up at your gym. And I said,
he would.
So anyway, for the listeners, I said, Jodie, these guys are just they're going to sit against the wall. I told them they're just going to shut up and watch. So I was telling Jodie the story, and I said, remember the guy? And I called it a half physio ball. It's a Busa ball.
It wasn't Bosu. It was actual exercise ball, like the full.
Yeah, but it was a full ball.
Full ball.
So anyway, I was telling Yvonne this is Jodie pulls it up on his phone. So this guy's not only is he just standing on the ball for a very long period of time. So then someone comes and brings him like 95, 110 pounds, or puts it on his back, and he starts doing squats. He was a receiver in the NFL, right?
My client for 10 years.
So that's the type of athlete that you would have. Like, so for my boys, I say, okay, they were, first of all, I'll come back to the Fair State guys. I say, guys, you haven't even been exposed, but you're on a college campus. I tell kids all the time, go to the back of the high school. I've been told now that it's not true that kids only, by state law, in most places, you can only practice, football teams can only have one practice per day. But years ago, you would know this because you played football, it's hot in August everywhere, and they're doing 2 days. And way back when, they weren't even letting the athletes drink water. I mean,
we'd have a workout. We'd have to lift in between.
Yeah.
So,
and
or after.
But no, with the Fair State guys, I say, hey, when you're in your 20s, you may not be able to play with the guys that you aspire to coach, but you're in your 20s. You need to do fitness. You say, hey, we're going for a 5-mile run. And, tennis players today, I mean, they don't do a 5-mile run, not here in the U.S. I mean, just, that's a beef I have against fitness trainers, because they'll say, well, tennis is anaerobic. And, the European kids, one of the reasons they're better is a 3-mile run it's a walk in the park. I mean, you had that one kid at Jesuit High School, a school in Tampa. He was like a 4:10 miler. He comes in, gets on the treadmill, and he's doing 3 miles in 18 minutes just to warm up.
Just to warm up. Andy.
What was his name?
Andy Bilodeau.
Yeah.
Great.
So
very dedicated.
So my former
can
wife
could run.
my former wife, when our kids were young, I would make a note and she would do it what I asked them to do. We had somebody on the other day that Clayton Stanley that pretty much knew what he was doing from the age of 6 to 16. But kids get older, how's it go? And the kids when boys turn 13, they go to Jupiter to get stupider. And, but I wanted my kids to go to your gym, because, number two, the measurements, just the science, just like tennis math. But number one is to see athletes.
Okay.
Now, when I met with you and your wife today, and the 2 girls are here. And for our listeners, you have, if you want, your child wants to be a really good tennis player, you have to make sure they're not just around tennis kids.
Totally.
Because it won't work. It won't work. Someone has to be like 18, 19 years old where they finally get some international experience. And it's like, whoa. I mean, that's going around on a tangent, but I remember the Fair State guys. I said, guys, you don't have to be a tennis player. But Vic Braden used to say that if you expect your students to do it, you have to expect yourself to do it, especially when you're younger. To me, just every young tennis coach should be super fit. We had interns here this summer, and it's like, okay, we're running the beep test. It's like, well, you're 22 years old. You might as well run the beep test.
That's right. And then try it.
It's just jump in line. Granted, sometimes when a person's recording the times and they've got a responsibility, but no. So many players. I would even when people come to our place, I mean, I would even make that a sales pitch and say, no, when you first come to our place, I would take them to your place to be tested. And I said, he'll test you and he'll give you a program. Now, did that mean the kid had a car? Your gym wasn't that far from where we were, but they didn't have a car. And then they got classes. And, then you just think of all the different variables in a tennis family. Like, let's say a mom, she's got 3 kids and one's playing tennis and 2 other doing something else. It's so difficult, just in a city especially. But, the sad thing was, And I can just call people out where, in the years gone by, we've had people who've designed a program for people we've trained,
Mm-hmm.
and they don't do the program. They hear the measurements. Here's what you need to do. Even like, say, if they go see someone who's a specialist maybe they have a PhD and as a physical therapist.
Right. Yeah, that's frustrating. Like, it's way more powerful when you can have them and be with them either at their facility or at your facility. Because even, I've had experience with remote clients and I just feel like the progress is never as much as it could be. I feel like, because there's the science of coaching and what you could do, but there's always the art and the improvisation that happens because of the circumstance. And we use a periodization science and I use a linear periodization. There's some others out there that, I might use a form of what's called a conjugate, but one that I do use that's kind of relatively new, they put a term on it called fluid periodization. And what I like about fluid is that they found in research that you have a standardized plan, you have like a linear plan that a certain intensity should increase over time, a certain volume should increase and decrease based on peaking an athlete for a certain point. But fluid looks at what's going on that day, like what's the readiness of the athlete in that particular moment. And some of the latest research utilizing that, like having them run through a structure, but applying fluid periodization where you're also reacting off of their current state of recovery. So if you feel like you got to back off that day a little bit because they're just not where they were, or you don't feel like they're as recovered, do their best, but maybe do a little bit less because they're not as recovered, that in the long run, they end up progressing farther. So I think it's a valuable set of information, something I would say I picked up on within the last 4 to 5 years, and I've applied it pretty consistently. I kind of brought it in, and I think I intuitively did it anyway, but then they put a name to it, with fluid periodization. Like if you have a guy comes in and he's like, he's maybe a little more tired than they normally would be. So maybe you take some of the volume down. They're still going to train. You're not necessarily going to give them the whole day off. You may take the intensity down some. You look at volume and intensity and complexity, and you decide what you're going to, move around based on where they are. You might make it a little less complex, a little less intense, a little less volume to accommodate their current state of recovery and still kind of stay within the guidelines of your linear periodization structure, for instance. And they have, the research is showing that in the, at the end of that 3-month cycle or 6 months, if you're doing that, but I think there's a dichotomy with this too, because if you got an athlete that he's feeling tired every day, wait a minute, something's, off, or you're not sleeping well, research what the problem is, or maybe they're not mentally tough enough. Because part of this is getting more mentally tough, right? So you have to be aware of the dichotomy within that type of process, but you also have to, so I apply it. I definitely apply it. And I think it's valuable for skill coaches as well, since I'm into the skill development, that, if a guy's not 150% that day, or he's not at their peak and they're a little less than normal, it's not bad to get away with a little less or adjust some of the variables so that you can still make progress, but it's a different type or something. So
just the word periodization, if I tell people, just take the time and break the word down. So again, coming back to someone who's got to make changes in their game, let's take a period. I would say most college freshmen, okay, maybe the coach can't have the player. This is tennis. They can't have the player redshirt. Can't have the player redshirt. And I like the effigy, not to swear on our podcast, but just F it. That I'm not going to have the kid play the freshman year.
Right.
And if you're winning, and then you want to put people on the pro tour, is you're going to take that period of time. It's not very long. 1 year is not that long. If someone says that they want to be a great, great tennis player, 1 year is not that long. But here's my question for you: is that a junior development program versus a college team? A college team's a squad, and they have a set tournament schedule, and the coach is in charge. This is what we're going to do. These are dual matches starting in January. No, I think a lot of colleges make this huge mistake where they take their kids. It's because they have the money to do it, and it's a BS thing. They take their kids to pro tournaments.
Okay.
And they got holes in their game. And they should stay together as a unit, and they should really practice. And when you're in college, you're in college. You're not worried about your WTA or ATP point spread. Certainly if the competition's there and you're now an upperclassman and you don't have holes in your game, there could be some. But I think in junior development, it's 12 months out of the year. And we had a girl who ended up playing at one of the military academies. She wasn't a very high level player. That's not the highest level, not to take anything away from the military academies. But she's all stressed out. And I said, hey, asked someone working as an intern, I want to know how many 1400 tournaments there are this weekend. I think it was 363, just local yokel tournaments in the 17 sections. So people get so stressed out. But that period, to take a period of time, when you meet a junior tennis player, well, I mean, I do in my world, and I say to mom or dad, I said, your kid just doesn't have many miles on their legs. What do you mean? I said, well, I watched your kid run. Even without even doing any physical testing, I've watched your kid run. They don't have that many miles on their legs. Now, back when you and I were a kid, I was given bad information. I wanted to be a hockey player, and I was to just run in the summer. And I grew up on this lake. It was 9.4 miles around the lake. Little loop at the high school. Okay, 10-mile run. LSD, long, slow distance. But going back in time, you say, well, I know like when I was serving with a wooden racket and arching my back and tossing over the head, my serve, when I would hit it, new tennis balls, which we very seldom played with, my serve would just barely hit the fence. So we've got a young guy out here today, and his serve hits the fence. Well, his serve is better than my serve because that's a measurement. Mm-hmm. His serve, I remember one time being with a tennis player. We were at Moody Coliseum on the SMU campus, and we're watching the likes of Laver play. His name was Greg Harris, and he goes, because I pointed out to Craig, look where the serve bounces on the back fence. And he goes, these guys are only hitting about 4 feet up on the back fence. He goes, so my serve's as good as theirs. I said, well, Greg, that's a stadium court. Instead of being 21 feet back, it's 42 feet back. So their serve is going, so it's hitting the top players on these huge stadium courts. They're hitting a serve, and their ball is going 3-4 feet up the fence. So we amateurs that are playing on a regular court, but the word periodization, period. So junior development, I do think an academy should have a competition coordinator. And it'd be like, no, right now, and most kids shouldn't even go to an academy. They should go to a pre-academy. They're not ready to have somebody who all they can do is stand next to a basket and feed balls, and the kid's just drilling from side to side, happy, busy, good. And certainly there's some fitness involved in that. But, they're just getting better or getting worse because they're just ball after ball after ball. It's like Braden used to say about fitness. If you have a crummy backhand, and you really get stronger and faster, more explosive, and you get in that corner faster, now you just have more time to get your crummy backhand because if it's crummy, it's crummy.
Right.
So, but anyway, periodization, why don't you comment on that? How would a parent or a coach of a large, certainly just a parent of a child or two, how do they do periodization? But then how does someone who's running a junior development program, it's not a squad. They've got, I'm sure your children, say your oldest daughter, like what is the program? What's the schedule? What is the?
Yeah. I was thinking exactly that as you were talking, and then we went into it. So what I've done with my academies is that, I've always brought periodization to a top of mind awareness. And then how do we apply it to the junior? And so my process has been is that with your like what is like 3-month blocks are nice, even blocks. So quarterly, I think with a lower level player, that's a nice structure because it also periodization allows for lowering injury risk. So we take 3-month blocks and we peak the athlete through the 3-month block. And then we evaluate the results of the 3-month block. And then we do another 3-month block. And normally there's
and you have goals for that time, measurements for that time.
Right. So, and then you assess the improvement and what did you do well and what you could do better. That's another theme that we can talk about, do well or do better. What are you doing well? What you could do better at some point. I definitely want to visit that as a mindset kind of process. And that comes out of the business world, but I like it for our young athletes and our families as well.
Say it one more time. If you do well.
So just a quick segue. I use the terminology, what could you do well? What could you do better?
Okay.
This actually comes out of sales training. And I think I don't know if I somehow through all of my studies of success and such, I developed this. I don't know if I developed it originally or I plagiarized it, but like mindset to have, because sports are negative. Outcomes are often very negative. Tennis, you fail a lot. Baseball, you fail a lot. All the athletes fail a lot. Business, you fail a lot. Sales, you fail a lot. So this comes from that sales mindset. In sales, you want to stay positive as much as you can because you got to keep moving forward. So whenever I talk with athletes, even when I first meet them and I test them, I say to them, my terminology is, we're going to look at what you do well, and we're going to look at what you could do better. If you notice the terminology, it has very little negative connotation. I didn't say, we're looking at what you're doing really good and what you suck at. I didn't say it that way, right? That's harsh. That's critical. Maybe I'm being soft. But if you're dealing with something that's perpetuating negativity, you have got to offset that negativity with terminology because when you verbalize something, you reinforce it, right? The minute you verbalize it, you reinforce it. So if you're verbalizing a significant amount of negativity, then you're going to reinforce that negativity. And to me, that's not positive, being so experienced with dealing with lots of negativity as an entrepreneur and then dealing with sports where there's lots of failure, right? We don't call it failure. We call it, what could we do better? So I try to push that mindset training, and that's actually, I think is very strong. My daughters are doing pretty good. They're good kids. I think on the court, you don't see them smashing rackets, breaking down balling because they hit 5 balls in the net in a row and the coach said they suck, and you know what I mean? But they know, because they know at the end of the practice, this is our conversation every time. What'd you do well today, honey? What could you have done better? And that's what we log it. We have it logged, and I have them log it, and ties into some of Steve's processes with logging and logging practice and having a journal. And but my process with it is to give them, because I want them to think about that on the court. I want them to, as they get more intellectual on the court, because I feel like their age, they haven't made that intellectual connection on some respects, is that they can apply it in that sense. You know what I mean? Like they can reflect real quick on that point. What did I do well? What could I have done better? Okay, next point. Boom. You know what I mean? Not like get caught up on, I suck, man. I just hit 5 in a row in the net, and I'm done, right? So, but that being said, that's kind of what we look at. So after 3 months, we're going to say, what did we do well in those 3 months? What could we have do better? We have certain coaches teaching certain things. We have Steve involved with us on helping us with all aspects of it and hopefully being a strong contributor. But I think in any junior program or even for parents or whatever, with periodization, I like the 3-month blocks for beginners. As the athlete becomes more advanced and tournament and performance becomes more critical, then what we do is we block it based on critical tournaments. So we look at a calendar, maybe 6 months or a year. I really would like it to be more thoroughly over the year even. Usually with most of these coaches and parents, I can only get when's the next critical block, when's the next critical tournament. So it's January 10th, and they say, well, we're playing our next critical tournament at the end of February. Okay, so it's January 10th, and I get till February 28th, and that's a block. So now I get a 6-week block. So I'm going to periodize that 6-week block to get them to peak at the end of the block, so they're peaking into that tournament. Okay. And so that's the more advanced junior player. That kind of, college brings a different animal because they have an off season of training, minor tournaments. So it's a lot of development there. And then they go into a heavy competitive season. So it's like heavy maintenance, right? This is for college tennis. And, I've seen some coaches are better than others. Like some, I don't know what they're doing. They schedule way too many matches. You can't have any maintenance of the player at all. Like, I just feel like it's not productive for the growth of the player. It's not productive for the health of the player.
What about,
but then I put that on them first. But just go ahead.
I think certainly technically, tactically, the four parts of tennis.
Yep.
The mental emotional is throughout, but where
all those are critical.
And the physical is throughout. But just where are they? What are they? If a kid doesn't ever go to the net,
right?
We're taking 3 months away from tournament play, and you're gonna just go to the net.
Well, in the junior, in the less development one, I'm saying a 3-month block. We're not concerned what tournaments they're playing.
Yeah.
In that sense, they can play whatever tournaments they want, but we're not peaking for tournaments.
And the other thought too is that there's only one type of point. There's an ATP point and WTA point. And you were playing a tournament. You go play with the wooden racket. Go to the net every opportunity. What about in swimming, where you hear swimmers, the coach says they're going to taper off.
Yeah.
Before they're coming up to a match, they cut.
Tapering is a form of periodization. Tapering is, would be the peaking process and tapering are identical, right? So you peak like for that advanced junior or even a pro. We're peaking into those peak tournaments, and that's what they're doing. I mean, the 250, if you're at the pro level, the ATP 250, you're not peaking for a 250. Maybe you are if it's your first pro tournament, right? But if you're a guy in the top 100, you're not peaking for the 250. Maybe you are because you need those points, and that's when you might get easier win at because there's not as many big-time players, right? And you're looking at the point process. So you could prioritize it in a professional athlete scenario. But for that junior player, but for swimmers, similarly, they taper. But they taper in the last few days. And they have they're experts. Sprinters do the same thing. I think runners do the same thing. Our stuff is going to be related to that because in those scenarios, as a human performance scientist or specialist or strength and conditioning coach, sports scientist, you're not the expert in the sport. So when it comes to that kind of like a swimming taper, that's the swim coach. What is it? I want to understand what it is because I will, in a way, mirror my periodization structure to what their tapering process is. But I'll educate the coaches at tennis academies about this process. You need to taper. You know what I mean? We're not going to play 4.5 hours of tennis the day before you're going to play. In a junior tournament, you're going to play up to 4 to 5 matches. Probably not going to do 4 hours the day before. You might do 4 hours, depending on your overall playing schedule. But then this gets into the sports science when you're looking at a 4-week average volume versus your current week average volume. And what's the match play? How does that equate to the volume? And that's more newer sports science, right? Where, you're looking at this general guideline is plus or minus 15% of your 4-week average for that weekly average is what do you want to stay within? So that can help guide your taper, right? Because in a match, the volume goes up, intensity goes up most often in a competitive match. So you got to relate that to your overall volume in that week and say, how does that trigger into that plus or minus 15%? If you keep your normal load and you add like a tournament match, does that blow you beyond your 15% number? Right. And you know what I mean? So
I think one thing of many, and perhaps to digress, but with junior tennis players, I think too many times in the U.S., especially, the fitness coach doesn't learn enough about the kid because it really should all be one. It should be like the NFL where, it's a team. The coaches are all together. They're having lunch together. They just get to really know the kid. Why is the kid going through this, and why is the kid not going through that? And
I am in agreement. I think that's one of always been my strength, because I'm sincerely, intuitively, and I just always really want the kid to be successful. And so I dive into that part. You know what I mean? I want to know what the coaches are doing. I want to know the volume of training they're doing.
Well, I think this podcast, anybody who's working with you, the parents in junior tennis, the parents who are writing the check, it would take time to listen to this podcast, but it's going to build a relationship where, like, say your wife, she was laughing at a joke that's so old within our circles. She's Indian. And I go, well, you've met a few Indians, Stuti. The A is for average academically. B is below average. C, can't have dinner. D, don't go home. F, find a new family. And I told her, I said, I've had many Indian parents and now in the States tell me when they heard me speak to children, they say, I haven't heard anybody talk like that since I was in the old country. Or you and I, before we were on air, talk about being mentally tough. And, the Russian formula is you're going to get tough through fitness. But now just listening to your story, kids today, you hear that all the time. They were saying that about you when you were a kid. They were saying that when I was a kid, we have it so easy. Now, our family had a paper route. And when I was I'm the youngest.
That's awesome.
When I was the youngest, and I did the neighborhood. I did like one block. And I mean, sometimes I'm so young, my mother, we're getting that one block done right around the house, but it was an event. And I don't know for how many years this went on. But talk about...
My brother took over my route, so it's staying. I don't think my sister took over after him. I was the oldest, so...
Yeah, I remember my parents were thinking
about... She might have.
My parents were thinking about one time... My parents were thinking one time about buying a lot on a lake. And I said, well, you buying the lot so I can mow it? Because I was the youngest. I had nobody to take over pushing the lawnmower. And so when you're the third brother and there's a fourth brother, somebody's can be pushing the lawnmower. But I think mindset, but when you tell some parents, well, there's no miles on the legs, and you say, well, just start, you walk and have your kid run backwards. Just go for a walk. You got to make some business phone calls, take your kid, and you're walking while you're making some business calls or whatever, personal calls, and your kid's going to jog backwards or your kid's going to skip. And then, they just have to put miles on their legs, and now a lot of adults are doing that. They push a button on their wristwatch and they know how many steps they've taken for the day or whatever. But in the time, 25 years is a long time. You think back about go even further back when you were a kid. He's a young guy. He's going to be 25 in a couple of days.
Yeah. His experience in life is equal to my experience.
I used some of my mother's lines. I told Yvonne, I said, you're going to be a quarter century old. I remember my mother told me that. So 25 years old, but you could go back 25 years experience. I mean, we're talking about tennis teaching. I mean, I taught tennis 45 years before he was born. Is that right? I have to do my math. 35 years. 25 years. 25 years. I've been teaching tennis 25 years.
When he was born.
When he was born. 25 years.
You're making me looking. Yeah, I understand.
But like for yourself, how have people changed? I mean, how is the upbringing of an athlete in the U.S. changed? If you could just spend a few minutes answering that.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'll think right now of some of the elite athletes that I've recently worked with. And if I think about them and compare them, it's interesting. I'm pondering your question now after you asked it to me. And I think about the young athletes that I had back in my training facility 20 years ago, right? So that would be the comparison. I don't think it's changed. I don't know if it's changed a whole lot.
Like say the kid down the street from you is Jesuit.
Yeah.
What was the kid's name?
The biggest change I will say, what
was the kid's one more time? The kid ran a 4.
Andy Bilodeau.
He's running like a 4:10 mile. And it's just like, I hear that. It's like instant respect.
But there's kids like that. I mean, I'm finding there's still kids like this. You know what I mean? Like, and, you know, I think honestly, interestingly enough, the kids are exposed to more from a training perspective. And maybe this is similar to a skill perspective because of social media and because of all of the information that's presented. They have a lot more awareness of possible things to do. You know what I mean? But they don't really understand. So, and so in a way, some are less appreciative of what, let's say, a really good coach brings to the table. And so, because I think they've seen so much online that they're educated about what they should do, but they've seen a smattering of workouts put together, right, that don't necessarily all work together. And they don't know where they fit and how the structure has to be created to make that work as most effectively for them. I do say that they understand maybe what's better about it is they understand they have to do it. You know what I mean? So they're acceptable of like, yeah, I got to train. But a lot of them are trying to go solo without consulting a great coach. And this kind of segues me to where I want to talk about the talent code and Daniel Coyle, because he was influential in my process of helping skill acquisition. You know, he was one of the books I read and was impressionable. So he's one of those books I read multiple times.
And on this podcast, we told parents that get the audio version, play it in your car.
Totally, yeah.
And then also the kids in their shoulder bag, anybody who's part of our program should have the little book of talent in their shoulder bag.
Is that one of his books as well?
Yeah.
Because that's actually one I heard you mention.
Yeah, it's basically 52 tips. Pull it out every day. Pull it out at least once a week. That's why it's 52
So you
tips.
see, I've heard this Steve say it, but I didn't write it down. So I'm writing it down. Little book of talent.
Little book of talent.
Okay, so
his main seller is the talent code. He has another book called The Culture Code.
Right, I saw that one. I didn't dive into that one, but so anyway,
you created a culture. Let me say this to hold your thought with the kid who could run the 4:10 mile.
Yes,
to me that's instant respect. With parents listening, we watch, like say for example, I remember breaking a 5-minute mile. I also remember I didn't break 60 seconds in a quarter. Mm-hmm. So I'm average, I'm weak, I'm not explosive. Mm-hmm. The school record when I was a kid on this beat up tartan track was 52 seconds. So now you can, one of the best players in the world, I think the best athletes, I think they're closer to 42.
Yeah.
But you can't, Bruce Dern, the actor, you can't BS a stopwatch.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But when you like say if a kid's got a poor reading level, mm-hmm. you know, kids in the 10th grade and their parents find out they got a 4th grade reading level, you got to go to work. Mm-hmm. And that's just something in American tennis because we are capitalistic. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm not like saying, okay, let's be socialistic, but that it's just money, money, money. It's like, and then if you kill your, how do we say it? The kid is being killed with kindness. They're not being told they're not fit. Mm-hmm. You know, I mean,
well, the numbers, that's why you have the numbers. That's why the numbers speak for themselves.
Right. Like I say,
so, I mean, you know, and so it's, you know, I have this, like, we do body fat percent. And as you get older and it's part of performance, it's a performance metric. And I try to be nice as I can about it. You know, I look at a person and say, we're going to measure your body fat. Look, you don't look fat, man. For, an average person, you look pretty good. But to be elite in your sport, we're going to find out if you're where you should be or where you are, how good is it or what could be better about it, using my optimistic perspectives, right?
Actually, I have to say this for our listeners. Any people who trained with us, we're big fans of the beep test. You introduced me to the beep test.
Yeah.
We have the people do the beep test backwards.
Yeah, that's awesome.
We've done have to do the beep test skipping.
Okay, so back to your beep test thing question there. Do you ever do it? What's your distance between the cones?
Ivan should own the answer.
20 meters.
Okay. So for tennis, when do you run 20 meters?
Rarely up to the net, but it's not 20 meters.
No way. Not even close, right? So why do 20 meters?
Yeah, endurance, fitness, just overall fitness. But I can see your point. Yeah.
So what we did with tennis is that we brought it in closer to be, you know what I mean? So make it 10 meters. You know what I mean? Do 2 changes as opposed to 1 change through the beat.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. You know what I mean? So then it's more like tennis, right? So it has a very more tennis. You can still do the normal 20 and compare it to the soccer guy, right? But you can still run the test and still get a number in it. And then I think that's how it should be run for tennis, and then establish a curriculum. I think I've run it a couple of times with some of my athletes and got some numbers. I think I might have done it with Tanner, maybe with Nadia, because they were my longest. You know, we were running beep tests with both of them.
Yeah.
Tanner being D1, Nadia being, I think, you know, high level D2. So it's you know, and then we'd run it for the academy as well. I'd run the beep test, you know, and I would do 20 meters, but in retrospect, you know, as we emerge and we evolve, we get better. To me, that's a more appropriate, and it still would be significant.
Well, it's sport specific. I think I agree with that. But at the same time, principles are principles.
Yep.
And
it's still the same.
If it's just, okay, we're going to run it once a week.
Yep.
Once a week. What's your beep test? Because as he said, endurance, stamina.
Yep.
Now, once a tennis kid hears it's not sport specific, you know, I don't want to do it. And you know, with, say, a mile time, the top college coaches, they're not letting you hit a ball unless you still, like when you were a kid.
Even at Eckerd, similarly.
If you don't break such and such mile time, and you know, say the boys, it's not very challenging. You got to run a 5:30 mile. Mm-hmm. Now, you know, maybe someone doesn't have the body type for that, and the coach is going to get him in the swimming pool. You know, or there's a reason. Okay, they're running mechanics and the tendonitis in their knees or what have you.
Yeah.
But actually, a plug for Dave Jordan. We need to get Dave Jordan on as a guest on our podcast. He put together the Boomer,
okay,
ball machine with a brain.
Okay.
And it's expensive, mm-hmm. but you know, it's less expensive than a staff member.
Okay.
And I've been in a situation where we've had a Boomer and he has a beep test programmed with going side to side, hitting balls, corner to corner.
There you go. Sports specific as it gets, baby.
Can you
better.
Can you get in the corner? Can you get out of the corner?
I love it, man.
That's I mean, his sophisticated ball machine.
Yep.
He's somebody who's got a background in robotics, loves tennis. Played tennis at the University of Rochester. Good upstate New York boy.
Yep.
But with that is the Boomer side to side.
Yeah.
It has a video.
Okay.
You can program it to trash talk. I have no legs and I'm beating you. I'm not even sweating and I am beating you.
There you go.
But it prints out stats.
Okay.
We have this, in our world, it's famous, the tiebreaker test. He has a Boomer program for the tiebreaker tests.
Okay.
Now, these major universities that have, say, you know, the dollars for it and they have the court for it, I would just I would put up the camera because Boomer needs a big camera. And I say, roll out Boomer. And, you know, I think someone who's got the Russian mentality, young gal that we train the mom and basically train the whole family. Certainly, you know, she's going through a teenage thing, not to mention anybody's name, but, you know, she's been trained like a middle distance runner. And that's where, you know, the stop and the starts, that's where most American kids are really losing out because they can't play pickup soccer. Mm-hmm. Even soccer players don't play pickup soccer in the U.S. And that, you know, but if the parents listening from a fitness standpoint, like my son Connor was in Sweden. My son Mikhail was there, but he didn't stay with the sport as long. But so there's a 3-mile lake, Växjö. It's where Vilander is from.
Okay.
There's a sign. There used to be a sign that the small towns won 88 ATP titles. And my son Connor's going, sometimes we run around that lake 3 times in one day. They get there in the morning. The clay courts are wet. Just run around the lake. By the time you get back, we'll be good to go. The lunch isn't here yet. Just run around the lake by the time you get back here. The kids don't think anything of it. Riding a bike.
Mm-hmm.
We're a car society.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm sorry if I've interrupted you. Go back to, I know you got some notes there. Go ahead.
No, I brought up Coyle.
Daniel Coyle.
Yeah. And I brought up the talent code because of the skill development process. And I just wanted to touch upon it as one of the variety of key components in it. And I think there's so many relevant components in it. That's what makes it such a powerful book, right? And then just some like idiosyncrasies of things that can happen or develop, like the youngest kid. They found researching sprinters that a lot of the elite sprinters were the youngest kid in their family, right? You know what I mean? So, but just kind of a weird correlation, right? Doesn't mean if you're the youngest kid in the family, you will be that person, but these are like weird correlations, right? Or interesting correlations. I shouldn't say weird. I would say interesting correlations, but that's what it was, some of the premonitions. But they had the foundational stuff like having a great coach, having quality practice, right? To build the myelin, right? The right kind of myelin, as you guys talk, a lot about, right? To
be a myelin farmer. But the problem is that parents have to understand your kid has bad myelin.
Right. Which means you're at the wrong path. You're not.
Yeah.
Really what it means is your skill's not correct, and now you're doing your skill the wrong way. You created myelin of the wrong methodology, right?
No, we had your children, we had a Japanese student for an English lesson. He read the habit poem.
Yes, we did, yeah.
For our listeners, go to the computer, print out the habit poem, put it on your refrigerator.
Yeah. Fantastic poem.
That's the old word for myelin.
Yeah. The other thing I liked about it, because I wanted my kids to be better athletes, or my clients and my students and my own children, is their ignition, right? And
is that where you get the word from?
Yeah, that's right from the talent code, ignition.
Yeah. I always refer to you because I've just loved how you used to always say that.
Right, ignition.
But you would say it like, say I've got down here. Let's talk about jumping.
Mm-hmm.
Many times. I don't want to hurt the kids' feelings. The kids think I'm being harsh. I'm not being harsh, but I'm talking to them in a much tougher tone than they've ever heard a coach speak.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm really being harsh, I'm not going to look at the 10-year-old girl and go, you can't even jump over a popsicle stick. There's many things that I've heard people say, if you're going to measure an athlete physically by how they can jump.
Well, I think you can use your terminology and be a tough coach if you have the right relationship built with the person, if you've begun to establish a relationship where they can take criticism from you because they trust you. And that's the other part of the talent code. You need great coaches. What makes great coaches? Coaches, well, first and foremost, a great coach, flat out, the athlete knows that you really want them to get better. Like you inherently, sincerely want them to be better at what they do. Like you care about them. It's not like this, like, I just want your money, and, I don't care what happens to you kind of deal. Like they can sense through your sincerity, through your approach, that you have a mental process that you really care. You know what I mean? I know, that's my approach, like every kid, like even at a university, if I have all 200 plus athletes on all the different teams, every one of those kids, there's some that are more motivated, but I want all of them to be successful. Some of them irritate me a little more than others sometimes, but I still want them to all try to achieve the success, sincerely. And my system's built that way to make sure it happens. I can measure it. I can see, are you better? Why don't you?
Daniel Coyle, just very quickly, the Russian formula. Number one is early start.
Mm-hmm.
Number two is driven parents. Not crazy parents, but driven parents.
Mm-hmm.
Number three, powerful, consistent coaching.
Mm-hmm.
And number four, cultural toughness. So then you say, okay, I met a kid, talking to the parents. Well, they didn't have an early start. Oh, no, they've been playing a long time. Okay, well, they had an early start, but it was a bad start. So then, driven parents. Well, a lot of times when people come to see me, they're getting on an airplane. So, okay, that's driven parents. They're checking into a hotel. There's going to be an expense to it. So it's not crazy parents, just driven parents. Like I grew up playing ice hockey. The little kids play hockey at 4:45 in the morning. That's a driven parent. Mm-hmm. Now, where we fall short in the U.S. is really with powerful, consistent coaching because people shop and bob. Mm-hmm. The coach is harsh. The coach says you can't jump over a popsicle stick, and they're going. I'm going down the road, and I'm going to find a new coach. Right. They don't go on a national circuit. Right. Yeah. But where we really struggle, and we have a rating system with Daniel Coyle's Russian formula, mm-hmm. and we tell most kids, first of all, you're going to start as a -1 because in America you don't have cultural toughness. If your mom and dad, I had 2 Olympians, a Canadian kid, ended up playing the Ivy Leagues, big kid, really taught well by some of our students in Canada, but spent time with me. Mm-hmm. And I remember telling the dad, I go, I don't think your kid can even peel his own banana. I mean, so powerful, consistent coaching. Don't jump ship. Start the program, finish the program, be an independent thinker, problem solver. But I think also, too, is that cultural toughness. Just talking to your wife today, is like, well, yeah, she just knows from her upbringing, it's not the same. And it's not pointing fingers at parents. It's really society.
Oh, yeah.
It's really society. And that's where, like my 2 boys, I wanted them to be in your gym because of the athletes in the gym.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I knew that was one of your motivations. You had told me directly that was one of your motivations.
And their mom's a great lady, but she got to the point where, they're pulling her apron strings and I'm tired. I got too much homework. I don't want to go to the gym. Mm-hmm. And because I knew it to a level where a lot of the parents I was working with, they didn't know it because, if you haven't been in sport, you haven't been in sport. But go ahead, more on Coyle.
Yeah. So I think ignition is
your car won't start.
Yeah. I mean, ignition is, and Coyle does a great job in defining that. And, people might say self-motivation, what made Roger Federer, and that's where it really comes from. What's great about Talent Code is that they refer not to just athletes. They refer to greatness in many different
the small
professions.
Pockets. Yeah. Who can play the violin.
Right. You know what I mean? And that's another component, like building a culture, right? Where, this greatness can evolve from it. The great poets they refer to that were, I believe, in somewhere near England. They refer to the Renaissance artists from Italy. They refer to this group of, I think it was actors in some part of Texas, in some little area in Texas. They refer to Brazilian soccer and then playing futsal, so that's kind of that's the localized. And then seeing success, seeing the success coming out of it breeds more success. There's a belief, right? Well, if it came from there, why can't it continue to come from there? Like the Dominican athletes have become very prominent in Major League Baseball. They've established that kind of, people believe I train there. I grow up there. I'm born there. I've got a chance to be like all these other guys that have come there. So you build this confidence. I mean, that's part of the ignition code, I think, too. There's what all these things formulate into the ignition code. The coach helps build the ignition, the right coaches, the parents, as you keep referring to, having the right mindset and the process, the kid seeing the success. You know what I mean? In our situation, they've been around my facility since they were young, and my athletes, they've seen a lot of athletic success, right? So they know it can happen. They see they know their mother played at a higher level, right? They're here with Steve, who's worked with all these excellent players and having, that, so that helps their ignition and finding the balance, you know what I mean? And there's other really, there's the myelin part, the quality practice, not building the wrong technique and having good fundamental technique. But it's the ignition is delicate, I think, in today's society. It's, there's kids that are getting it, starting to get it, but why does it falter at certain points? And I think Daniel brings in, you want to try to touch upon these things, you know what I mean? That, Well,
let me say this about small pockets.
Yeah.
So our listeners, Jodie and his wife, we're doing some film with his daughters, like we do with everyone. And the most important thing is the technical side. But with some films that we showed your daughters today, and the credibility factor. Well, this girl is one of the better players in the U.S. This girl is one of the better players in the U.S. This girl is now, not even working with a pro. It's the family. And, this is, from California. This is from Texas. This is from just small pockets. But I did show a pre-post of players. They're exiting our program. They've been here for, whether it's a short visit, long visit, and they've been here many times. But I tell your oldest 13-year-old, look me in the eye, yes or no answer. In your time in tennis, have you ever seen tennis taught like that? And she said, no, never. And that's a small pocket. So our success is we're telling people, follow our program to the T. There's no compromising. There's no negotiating. You follow it to the T. We're talking about early childhood development. We're not talking about a college player a college coach who gets a transfer who comes in January of their senior year. I don't know if that's even possible, but they don't even get a 4-year block.
Right.
They're getting someone who transfers in and they're in an engineering program.
Yeah, and that's rampant.
Taking lab sciences or whatever.
In the college transfer portal, that process is out of its mind right now because that transfer portal is, you have new athletes jumping all over the place constantly.
What Daniel Coyle is saying, instead of going to a conference and listening to somebody for an hour and a half, you need to go to one of those small pockets. Say he said, well, there is a place in Austria where they teach kids to play the piano. And this is a success they have. Now, years ago, Ivan's from Mission Viejo, young guy, not young, he passed away at 48, but when I met him, he was in his early 30s, an English guy, Richard Stephen Bird, went by Square. So he takes up triathlons. And I said, Squire, he didn't learn how to hit a tennis ball. And he had done some things financially where he could afford to do this. And as he did it, he bought a van. He spent some time traveling around with me playing tournaments in a van. So all of a sudden, I said, he wanted to be a triathlete. And he became ranked in top 10 in Britain after 2 years. But he went to Mission Viejo. I said, I was told that they developed all these great swimmers at this place in Mission Viejo. So I just went and sat and watched. I said, yeah, so it's something I could have talked to Fat Albert about. Hey, Vic, I went down to this place in Mission Viejo. But I sent Squire there. I said, Squire, I just know that there's this place in Mission Viejo. This is back in the 80s.
Right.
I said, they were very successful at teaching people to swim. And there's no BS in swimming. This is, a kid's a swimmer. That's like, what was Michael Phelps' time in that event? So they just know where they stand in the world of swimming. But yeah, people need to search out those small pockets. And it's like, okay, especially in the early ages, is that here are the routines. The routines become rules. And then, for us, people come to us and they leave here and they just have this thinking that there's rules of learning technique to have efficient ball striking skills. They also need to have rules on the fitness side. And it becomes the attitude of the household and it becomes a lifestyle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you've seen this since we've been here, right? Like, we're going to do a certain training regimen with my daughters after you guys finish your training.
Oh, there's four components of tennis, and the one I know the least about is the physical side. Well, I can get my whistle out, and I can do not sport specific exercise. I can get people in pretty good shape. Is it really connected to tennis?
Right.
But it's really character development. But you did a stretching program for us. We did the second day, and then we filmed it, and now we have a Japanese student here who needs to become a better tennis player, but he also needs to become fluent in English. And then Ivan needs to be the bad cop, not me. And I said, no, that was on video. You need to study that. And starting tomorrow, when someone comes in here, you get in front of them. Because in front of your wife and the 2 kids, he didn't learn their names. And I'm reprimanding him. I said, you didn't shake their hands. You didn't go learn their names. And that's how you become a winner. It's all one. It's all one.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to know their names, use their names. And then it comes down to awareness, acceptance, commitment. Are they going to be, hey, your kid can't jump over a popsicle stick. Hey, your kid's got no miles on their legs. So like say that mile time for me, we're not training them to be a cross-country runner, is that you have to know what the expectation level is when you play. If you have to train a kid from the beginning, like your daughter who's 10, if she were to play college tennis, she's past this halfway mark.
Mm-hmm.
So then I just ask them, hey, you want to be a cute little kid? You want to be an athlete? And they always say, I want to be an athlete because they're already a cute little kid. And then we have to start treating them like an athlete. I think in your world, what I really respect about meeting you, I just knew engineer right away, but you're a stopwatch and a measuring tape guy, heart rate guy. You're going to measure it.
Yep.
Right? Go ahead.
Well, back to the ignition. When does your athlete actually have it? Like when is it beginning to perpetuate? Like how can you see it? Because I think that's one of the, does the athlete truly, or what level, the levels of ignition? Like I'm feeling that through our processes. I get kids that are ignited. Like I've got several right now that have ignition. I can see kids whose ignition is growing. And part of it is they're getting more confident, right? They're starting to like the sport better, whatever that particular sport may be. And that's growing their ignition. I think that's one component of the ignition. And it builds with success in the sport, right? You know what I mean? So, so I think an ingenious idea that, Coyle is excellent at defining. So I think and I like the group thing. That's why I was bringing up great coaches and believing in your coaches. And if you do play hopscotch coaching, you're probably hopscotch coaching.
I've never heard that. That's a good one.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the term that jumped in my head after you kind of off a playing off of how you referred to it or you defined it.
Bop and shop. But actually, when you say hopscotch, you date yourself. Because years ago, it wasn't fair for girls. There'd be 3 girls. They each had to be at the end of this big rope, and they'd be jumping rope, and they would be, working their legs.
Right.
Guys didn't do that.
Nope.
The girls were doing that.
Yep.
In hopscotch, the movement you had to make with your feet on the sidewalk, girls weren't participating, so they're on the sidewalk playing hopscotch.
Yep.
But that's gone away. And there was positives with the three girls. One girl jumping rope while the 2 were skipping it.
Yep.
For me. If you can't jump rope like a boxer, you're not a tennis player.
Yep.
And most kids, coming back to the ladder,
yep.
You have a skip rope.
Yep.
Yeah. Is it in your bag? No, it's at home.
Yep.
And that's where we tell people, if you were to it comes from boxing, it comes from Jack Kramer for us. Skip rope 3 minutes,
yep.
1 minute off, do 3 rounds. So you're doing 12 minutes. And it'd be best actually for someone who's a little bit, if they have a really good service motion, for example, they're not making a change within either basics, ball striking skills, is they just skip rope and then they do abs. Even if they do abs, they just lift. If you have a group of tennis kids on your fanny, put your legs together, hold them up for 6 inches off the ground for 6 seconds. They can't do it. They start to shake like a worm on a stove burner. I mean, it's just not healthy. It's just not good.
Well, that concept is awesome with the jump rope and science processes. We could debate the 3-minute timeline, kind of the intervals that you do it, and what do you do in between. And then putting core in between is conceptually awesome because you're still working, but you're resting your legs while you're doing core. Right. So you're getting that rest interval in. So, and that relates to some of the on-court stuff that I've done with athletes individually and at academies for tennis and at the university level as well, is that we run kind of a large circuit. There might be, let's say there's 4 movement exercises and there's 4 different core exercises, and you alternate between the 4. Right. So that's something actually I designed at Eckerd College, and I've designed it at the other academies similarly. where they're doing, say, a spider drill on this court, then in between they're doing a core, and you have 8 stations, and you have 8 players in this drill, and they all have a station, and maybe you have 10 players, and you have 2 additional rest stations based on what intervals you're programming in, right? I like tennis. Some of the data that's come in through strength and conditioning and tennis research that and it may have changed some, but I've always gone off of this is the average 0.6 seconds, the average rest obviously between is the 20-second clock or 25-second clock, right? So if you look at that, you're looking at a 1-to-4, 1-to-3 work to rest ratio on average. But then you have to look at also the range, right? So if you're going to get statistically evaluating it, the range could be anywhere from 1 second in ace, right? Or less than 1 second in ace to a 20-ball rally, 25-ball rally. So then you're talking 30 seconds, 30 to 40. So the range is 1 to 40 seconds. The average is 6. And you got to be able to play the long one. You got to be explosive enough to create the 1 second one, right? And then you've got to really be able to handle the average and what's the median, so the numbers, the math, the tennis math, right? And so, but generically, you're probably looking at a 1 to, the median on that would be 20 seconds though, right? So that would be a 1-to-1. But the average is 6. That's quite a differentiation if you look at it, right? But,
along those lines, I've heard this line many times. The best fitness for tennis, plain sense. So Yvonne certainly was with me side by side on many trips, chapter of my life, 2 years, Battle of Boca, almost every weekend.
Okay.
And crazy enough, we're there with the players and, they're looking for different tournaments or they're going to a tournament where they could try to build up their ranking and whatever. And it's very clear now you have to improve your UTR. Well, I want to go to Kalamazoo. Well, you're not going to make it to Kalamazoo. Your ranking's too low. Mm-hmm. Don't worry about Kalamazoo. So that's where the boys play 16s and 18s. Right. So we have players.
Yeah, because Tanner's attended Kalamazoo.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. So we'll come back to Tanner brought his name up with just so the listeners know who you're referring to. But with the Battle of Boca, we first were showing up. If you want to play consolation after losing on Saturday, you could play on Sunday. But they changed it where if you lost 2 matches on Saturday, you're done. So we had players that would lose 2 matches on Saturdays. Oh, we know where the courts are in the area. There's a public park here. There's a public park there. And we say, okay, there's a bathroom. You got water. You got bagels. You got bananas. And we would take kids before the sun came up and said, okay, we'll come check on you. You two just play best of 5. Like Lendl at one point, he was playing 2 best of 5 matches. His practice would be play one. I mean, there's legendary stories about people going to practice with Lendl. Like Pete Sampras says it had such a major impact on his career. Robbie Seguso, I've known since he was 10. He went through that experience. But Lendl, he'd get on his bike and ride 20 miles before he'd have breakfast. And he knew ahead of time, he was way ahead of the curve where he was going to eat, and he was going to eat within 30 minutes. But I wanted to say this one thing I've been corrected on recently is you mentioned self-motivation. I was told, Steve, never use the word motivation. I used to tell people motivation means to move. Get your rear end in gear, get out of bed. I've been told, don't, it's almost like a person told me, it says motivation is like a curse word. Don't use it. Use the word discipline.
That's Jocko Willink.
Who's that?
That's Jocko Willink.
Okay.
100% Jocko Willink. There's no such thing as motivation. He goes, it's a fleeting. He goes,
right, exactly.
It's a fleeting feeling. You know what I mean? And so it's not motivation. It's just discipline. And yeah, his motto is discipline equals freedom.
He might be the same guy who says that, it's not about being happy. Happiness is fleeting. It's the joy of competition. Win or lose, you just got to love the battle. I don't know. So many people are,
there's a lot of synonymous things, Jocko's, just a really good positive influence. There's a lot of good positive influence people out there. I feel definitely Jocko's worth the money though. Good kids books, great kids books about instituting discipline, and he reinforces it with a cool story, that is entertaining as heck. It's great for listening when they're driving between their lessons in school. I mean, fantastic. Kids reading it.
Well, and just hearing you off air, you're saying the same thing. And actually, Andy Fitzell was just telling you the same thing about the same individuals.
Okay.
And I would say that I'm being persuaded, which is great, convinced to take a deep dive into what he's offering. That's what we tell people. Like I've told you, you're 13-year-old, you're in the 13-year-old, the 10-year-old needs to listen to 13-year-old. You need to take a deep dive. Now, what's Tanner's last name? Povey. He's been coached by Greg Lesor. Greg Lesor spent 3 years with us. Right? I told your daughter, watch his videos. Mm-hmm. Watch his videos, watch our videos. Mm-hmm. And the information, Greg having spent a couple weeks with Vic Braden, he didn't spend any time with the other mentors, the other pillars of the GreatBase, but he spent 3 years with us. And for our listeners, I mean, look up Greg Lesor, OTI, mm-hmm. online tennis instruction. And he has just like a Ryan Reedy, Jeff Lewis, who's just here, good content. Mm-hmm. And all those three started with us. Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
But your daughter at age 13 is that, no, he's been teaching tennis. He has experience now, but you need to learn what he learned. And and that's what you're telling me with Jocko. I need to take a deep dive. Mm-hmm. You can't just kind of put your toes in the water. Mm-hmm.
Well, he's worth the deep dive.
Exactly.
He's worth the deep dive. There's so many, his leadership principles to me are, for us adults are fantastic. You can listen to your kids, the way of the warrior kid, and you're going to learn and be entertained and really have a positive experience with it.
We do have college coaches listening to this podcast. Do we have any touring coaches? A couple, maybe.
Yep.
But we're coming back to the pre-academy, mm-hmm. For young kids, there's no substitute for a good beginning on not only ball striking, but for fitness. Let me just throw this out again, though. Like Mile Time, we have all these kids that we worked with, and now they're 18 and they're applying to colleges, and their Mile Time was better when they were 14.
Right. So,
what do you think of that, though?
Oh yeah, no. First of all, if you're going to a school and you like the coach and it's a great coach, you are going to adhere to their requirements, and you're going to believe in the process, and it's going to help you become a better athlete. So what we see often is that every coach kind of has a different assessment, right? And it's true. It could be, but there are commonalities. There are beep tests. There are mile runs. There are 2-mile runs. So there could be a bike, erg type of test that they do. You don't know what the coach is you've got to find out from your coach, and then you prepare. If you've gotten to that level, and let's say your fitness is good and your beep test is what you've set up as a junior as your one of your fitness criteria, which is a great test. The standardized beep test, I used it with every sport at Eckerd where fitness was super relevant. Baseball, we didn't do it. Softball, we didn't do it. Basketball, tennis, soccer, we did it. Not augmented the generic 20-meter test, right? Because it gives a foundation. You know what I mean? And it is relevant. It does have change of direction. Sport, which most of these sports have change of direction. So, you could augment it and get more sport specific and set up your own guidelines and whatever. But again, it's still the fitness test. Having a fitness test is critical in those sports because they need it. They all need it. So, but what you need to do is you need to know ahead of time what your coach requires. If you're at that level, let's say you're a year within or you just signed and you're 6 months from going to school, you better immediately find out what all the tests are, and then you practice the tests that you're going to be tested in so you perform well, because it might be different than the test that you're actually performing. And I do that a lot with my athletes. That comes around quite often. I had a softball girl, not a conditioning girl, but she got accepted to Annapolis. And obviously they have a fitness test. Or West Point, my bad. She got accepted to West Point, and they have a entry-level fitness test for her, entering the West Point Academy. So, or West Point, the university. And so, a great accolade to get the opportunity to go there. And she's a softball player. It's not in her wheelhouse, right? We don't do it. I mean, we do a fair amount of conditioning and injury prevention that's necessary and allow her to perform at a higher level. She's not a pitcher. Pitchers in baseball and softball need a higher conditioning level. Tennis is one of those, but like a tennis player needs it even more. So, I mean, you have to, that's how I assess it. So that being said, there's pretty much going to be a fitness test for tennis. So you better be, and you need to perform well in your fitness test to help you perform better in your sport, in the sport of tennis. So
say so many things that remind me of something else. Gentleman brings his daughter to me. He played football at the University of North Carolina. He played with Lawrence Taylor, and he got drafted in the NFL, but he said, okay, I'm done.
Right.
But I can remember he brought his daughter to me, and I said, just based on her body type, she was a very good tennis player, a very good softball player. And I said, I would pursue softball just based on the body type. Like, you talk about tests. Nick Saban, something was really cool for us. And actually people said, you ever written a book? Our Facebook account is a book. Someone could take that and say, okay, just go through that. And this is a book. Well, it's 15 years of daily
right.
Post. Barrett Jones played 3 positions for Nick Saban. Played center, played guard, and offensive guard, offensive tackle. Amazing story. He's a red shirt. But anyway, he was told he had to run 17 140s. And I guess that's from the end of one track, track to track, oval to oval, the football field and beyond. Mm-hmm. And he's ready to go. He's just going to, you got to run 17, train.
Yep.
And so then what he finds out is he runs the first 3 and no one says anything. Everybody's running. And then one guy just bends over and he puts his hands on his thighs. And the whistle blows and the coach goes, that one doesn't count. Doesn't count for everybody.
Mm-hmm. That's a team.
And to become a team. So he found out, it's like welcome to Alabama football, is that everybody out there had to run 17 and showed no sign of weaknesses. Because if you showed one sign of weakness, like bending over and gasping for air with your hands on your thighs, doesn't count. And he said that's where he found out. And so even when you know what the test is.
Yeah, football is another important conditioning sport. And with my football guys, a ton of conditioning is being done with, that variety of ways I want to go here, but conditioning for tennis is interesting because of the volume on the court with the tennis and maybe, you know what I mean? So that's a very, we're kind of I'm in that mindset for now, but also have to understand the kind of practice you're doing. You know what I mean? Because the kind of practice will dictate how much more conditioning you need. Like if you're doing heavy match play every day, you may not need as much extra conditioning as if you're doing more technical, not as much movement-based, heavy, physically demanding work. So that's obviously that's where coordination between your fitness coach and your tennis coach is important in that assessment. So, but back to your talk about genetics, the sport you play, and body composition. I want to hit that really quick because we were talking about body comp being important, but I want everybody. It's very critical to understand there's 3 body types, 3 general body types of the human body. There's endomorph, ectomorph, and mesomorph. A quick definition: mesomorph, thin waist, more muscular, more lean, wide shoulders, typically.
Sounds like me.
All right. Like just exactly like Steve Smith and Arnold Schwarzenegger. and develops muscularity very easily, normally, relatively easily. The second body type, ectomorph, is tall and skinny. All right. Very thin, longer torso, longer legs, just a taller, thinner person. The endomorph usually has thin legs, but ends up maybe with a thin waist as well, or thin hips, but then they carry more body fat above their body. They generically have more body fat as a whole. So, and then often, if you look at the human population, I don't know the exact breakout. There are a percentage of individuals that fall into those exact categories. There are a percentage of individuals that are a combination of two of the categories. And maybe even, I'm sure, some that you call a combination of the three, right? But that's one thing in assessing body comp. It's critical to have a strong understanding of the body types, because you have to create the right percent goal for the athlete, because the body type relates to what they can achieve, right? I mean, you don't want to tell someone who inherently carries more body fat that they can be, this very low percentage, like an ectomorph or a pure mesomorph. So that's the body comp portion of it, just setting appropriate goals for body composition. And then, and like for me, we have ranges for women and we have ranges for men. And then we tie in their sport, their position, and we tie in their body type to kind of provide a good range of percent, right? Now that also with your sport, it was interesting because I had this written down and I thought about it was, some genetics aren't meant to play certain sports. You know what I mean? And you made that point about a good softball player who was also pretty good at tennis, but you look at the body type, they're probably better off playing softball. I have a case study of that. One of my boys, a Jesuit boy, big, tall, big kid, just big, big overall, carried a little extra body fat, very tall, and wanted to be a basketball player, trained hard to be a basketball player through his junior year of high school. And Arturo was his name. Arturo used to Venice, great kid, great family, Puerto Rican family. And they, a lot of brothers and sisters and stuff, oldest brother, good athlete, practiced basketball, developed great footwork. But, our goal was he had to lean up to be a good basketball player, but he could never get lean. He was just big as a house, right? 6'6", 6'7", just thick guy, right? So if we were going to look at him, he was an endo. He might have been all three because he could develop a little bit of muscle. He was a giant guy, really tall, had carried a little more body fat above the waist. He could be maybe an example of a meso and ecto. We could never get his body fat down to the basketball level. The significance of body comp. I've worked with the Miami Heat as a human performance consultant with my laser spectroscopy system for their sports science and human performance group. In their strength and conditioning room, on the wall is a LED, is a monitor, and it's the body comp measured twice, 2 or 3 times a week. They measure body comp with their guys, and their active percent body fat was always publicized for every guy on this board. This is through the whole basketball season. They're watching that body comp. And if you look at the numbers, it was so funny because the range was right in where my elite basketball player range was. You know what I mean? And Arturo couldn't get there. Arturo could not get there. So he goes to me, coach, he goes, I've been thinking about it. He's a smart, intuitive guy. He goes, I think I'm going to try football.
And he's a junior in high school.
Yeah, he never played. But man, he's trained basketball. So what do you think about his footwork? Phenomenal. They just got to teach him how he uses his feet, but he can learn it and apply it because his feet were so good from basketball. So he turns around, and in 1 year, he becomes like all state. So many pancake blocks. Team does really well. Full scholarship, Tulane University. Gets the opportunity to play for the Houston Texans after 4 years at Tulane. I don't remember. He didn't have the longest NFL career.
Wow.
But conceptually, this is where are you in the right sport? My daughter is similar. My daughter's a little bit taller, a little bit bigger girl, always growing up, and loved gymnastics. We had her in gymnastics as an athletic development process. I always knew she was bigger, didn't think she'd be a gymnast, but we used it for athletic development, youth athletic development, playing lots of sports, as you're young, multiple sport athlete, great for building not just your athleticism, but your athletic intelligence. You just have awareness of sport, awareness of competition. But specifically with my daughter, and this was my daughter's self-perception. I knew it, but she did well. She liked it. She was, she's a focused, motivated kid. And, you know, she wanted to try to get better at it. And they asked her to come and start to train more to maybe get on the team. She was on what was called pre-team, where she would come for longer sessions twice a week. And she did it for like 2 months. And then she came to me, but she was so big and these other little girls could just whip themselves around. She was always in the top 10% to 15 to 20% height range in her class. She's like, Dad, I'm not sure if I'm meant to be a gymnast, because all like the upper body stuff and pulling her body up, you know, and I go, I know, honey, and I agree. I mean, you know, and it's nothing wrong with that.
Right. There's a famous story about Novotna.
You know, right.
Novotna who won Wimbledon.
Right.
It was great that she won because she really, she had it right in the grasp of her, the trophy, right in the grasp of her palms, playing against Graf. 99% sure. Our fact checker will tell me. Mm-hmm. But Devonta, her mother was always taking her to be a gymnast. And the day her father took her, they called her in and said, "You're in the wrong sport. Yeah, you're going to be too big."
Right, so my reason for bringing up that is I think, you know, I even when I told you my story, you know, I kind of realized that football wasn't necessarily going to be my sport, you know. And I want to do more baseball and basketball. And a lot of it was genetics. You know, I just kind of was aware that, you know, and I wasn't the smallest guy. I was a pretty strong, fit guy. And there were guys my size that would go on to be really good football players, but I just was trying to play the odds a little bit more. And, you know, I kind of realized that this is a big person's game, you know, and
my Uncle Carl, rest in peace. So my Uncle Carl, growing up, loved hockey.
Right.
And when I was really young, there was only 6 teams. It was a closed fraternity to Canadians. Mm-hmm. It was just it wasn't international. It was just Canadian.
Right.
And so, you know, the Rudy had 5 foot nothing, 100 nothing. But then, I mean, I was he was this scrawny little kid, but he knew that I had this work ethic. And I remember him telling me, he said, "You can be a professional athlete." My Uncle Carl told me this. And I go, "Oh, okay. He goes, "I tell you what, we'll go tomorrow and I'll buy you 6 footballs. And you go behind the school and all you do is kick field goals. You want to be a professional athlete? You can be a professional athlete." And actually in upstate New York, these 2 kids came in Ogdensburg called the Gogolak. The last name was Gogolak. They were the first soccer style kickers.
I remember that name. It was in the NFL.
Yeah, they're yeah. Dempsey had the record for kicking at 63 yards. He had
Pete, wasn't it? Pete was one of them, I think. Was Pete Gogolak?
Yeah, I think so.
I think one was,
but it was Dempsey, Jack Dempsey. Who
I know.
He had like a sledgehammer. He had half a foot, and they just kicked.
He was cheating.
they kicked straight on.
Half a foot,
but actually, a girl, Ava Soul, I believe as they pronounce her last name. Ava Soul, she trained in your facility.
Ava, I knew that. Yeah,
and her father, Brent.
Okay,
his story is pretty much the same. Great guy.
Yeah, right.
He started like his junior year in high school, played at Alabama, played in the NFL. Tony McGee, I spent a lot of time with Tony McGee. I love to tell Tony McGee stories. He started in Michigan, coached his daughter. I've coached quite a few kids' daughters whose fathers played in the NHL. Then he played for 11 years. He started as a tight end for Cincinnati. And anyway, it sounds very much the same. He wanted to be a basketball player. And he got upset with the football coach. He said, "I quit. I'm going to be a basketball player." And then the assistant coach came over to the house and he said, "With your body, you are going to be a football player. You need to go back to the football coach, apologize, and you need to basically eat his fertilizer. And the only way to grow is to eat fertilizer." and that's what he did. But, actually, not Daniel Coyle, but John Nienagel, the title of his book is, when he first put his book out, it was Choose Your Best Sport.
Okay.
And then, so he even did it from the personality side, the brain typing side. He changed the title of his book because people are reading the book going, "Gosh, I chose the wrong sport."
Yeah.
So it's not only their body, but it's also their mind. I want to ask one question about hormones.
Sure.
I've been told that for someone to really pick up on speed, when their bodies, when they're going through the pubescent stage and they're creating so much within their body through hormones, that's the window for them to pick up on speed. You know, in other words,
Yeah, I've heard.
I don't know if there's anything that proves that scientifically, but so that's what I told people. Well, that's a mystery. You don't know when that's going to be. So you better work your fanny off all the time.
It's a very interesting. I don't know that to be
factual.
Yeah, I mean, because there's a lot that goes into this. How much type 2 muscle do you have versus type 1? You know, can you turn type 1 into type 2, vice versa? So that's another component of it. Type 1 being the more slow twitch, endurance muscle versus the type 2, which is the fast twitch, more the explosive sport muscle.
You certainly get drawn to train like I did as a kid, just running long, slow distances. You could train the wrong way for your sport. True. And so then when there's a biopsy,
so on the
body composition.
On hormone level, with regards to performance, would be your ability to develop muscle mass and inducing greater hormonal response so you can have more muscle mass. I mean, in our training sciences, often it's, yes, we want to develop some more muscle, and then we want to teach that muscle to be more explosive. So example being your son Connor, when he trained with me for about, I would say 9 months. I want to say it was the amount of time, or maybe it was a year, maybe a year and a half. So he added 9 pounds of muscle. And I don't remember the exact fat loss, but his percent went, this was when he was younger. This was his young, I don't remember the exact age. I didn't note that in my mind, but he was a certain age range, and he lost so many pounds of muscle to take his percent body fat down to single digits, which elite tennis players should be single digit percent body fat. And that adding that 10 pounds of muscle, 10 pounds of muscle, was able to, that should have, training it the right way should have contributed to more power on ground strokes, more ability to move more explosively and faster, assuming the sprint technique is correct, right? Because this is the whole thing like tennis. If you don't sprint correctly, you may not move faster. If you don't teach the body to do it right with the correct body lean, you're not going to move faster. You know what I mean? Because body lean in short distance movement on the tennis court, body lean is a critical component in how you manage your body lean and the posture of your body. And then your contact points with your footwork will dictate how fast you accelerate. So there's all these little components that dictate speed in a short distance, And so, but usually muscle mass is one of the corroborating factors in allowing for more explosiveness. Now, doesn't have to be massive amounts, but usually hormone, I don't know. It's a good question. Maybe, it could even be an area I research further, because the nervous system performance, how much is that related to the hormone? Because explosive fast twitch activation, when you look at, is how quickly and efficiently and coordinated manner do you recruit the musculature. Your nervous system recruits that musculature. By adding more mass, you have more muscle units, fibers to activate. And then by making the system more efficient at recruiting them is where you get the improved performance. So, and I've always tied hormones to the amount of muscle you can develop, but it's an interesting hypothesis or question or thought is, what is that relationship of the hormone? When we think of hormones and performance, we think of human growth hormone, testosterone, which the body produces naturally. And then you can train the body a certain way with resistance training to induce greater hormonal response in the body from that training. The adaptation principle to the training part of it is how much hormonal response are you creating, which then helps the adaptation be a little bit more effective.
The theory I heard is that when your body is producing the most amount of hormones, that's when you have a window for improvement. Now, this is a terrible thing that I've heard, that Olympic athletes, female Olympic athletes, would try to become impregnated, and then they would have the child be aborted, but they wanted to have at a certain time because when they become pregnant.
It's a good. I don't know of
it's a terrible thought, but you've heard so many things.
In all of my, and I'm connected through my human performance consulting. One of the great benefits that I've gained from that is really having a group of clientele or group of individuals that are at the training the race cars. These guys train the top level hockey players and NFL players and the top level college players and the top level baseball at the professional level. And I'm networked and I communicate with them. Maybe not as much right now because I'm not consulting, but through the years have developed great relationships with them, and I stay in touch with them in a variety of ways through social media and direct contact, etc. And reading what they produce, and I know them personally, and I haven't heard a lot of this kind of jargon or talk. Maybe there's a PhD guy that researched it, and he did one study. I think I mentioned a little bit to Ivan about that, there's a lot of research. Guy does one research and it produces a result. And all of a sudden it's the new golden rule, right? That's not good science. My historically speaking, going back to all the science I've reviewed since college and science we had to review for our work in college for engineering. And then just in the world of developing technologies and such, it was always, and trying to get patents and what did you do that was relevant. The whole good science was you better have 3 corroborating studies or more that on that principle to validate that scientific principle. And I don't know, like this could be, I will honestly say I don't study that research so intently, like probably as much as I used to. And there might be some really good science on it, but I just haven't in the applied science, because I'm more in the applied sports science world than the applied human performance world. I just haven't spoken in that capacity. I have, more on the hormonal, inducing hormonal response for, more effective recovery from training as well as more effective muscle gain from the training is definitely, but it's an intriguing thought to look more directly into, though. There might be some significance to it. So
I think one thing we can do with Ivan is try to recapture the conversation that you two were having on nutrition, on food. But to go back to my son, Connor, to expound upon that.
Yeah.
With adrenaline is very good for memory. Mm. Now, I remember he went back and forth. He was playing tennis here, there, and everywhere. I remember one year before he graduated from high school, he went to Europe 3 times. So, in a perfect world, it would be, well, let's have Jodie Johnson go with you. The very elite, he got to be 200 in the world. He knew that the very top players in the world, how, the teams that they have, you are actually, you're competing against the very, very best. You're competing against a team.
Yeah, you are. Yeah.
So, but anyway, there's a period where his brother stopped playing, and so, okay, I need a new messenger, same message, different messenger. So I remember sending him to Dallas to Dave Anderson, a big guest on the podcast. He was on last week. Mm-hmm. And I said, all right, we go together to see Jodie. And I wanted you to do his body fat. So then he goes to Dallas and he comes back. So say he's out there for 4 weeks. He comes back, his body fat's gone up. Well, I know across the street that you could charge French fries to Anderson's account. You can have a cheese sandwich. And so his body fat goes up.
4% exactly, because I have the data.
So anyway, he
went back to double digit.
He's a young kid.
Yeah. So
he comes back, and then I reprimand Anderson. I go, Anderson, I told you this is what Jodie Johnson told him to do. He had to get in position to get in position. He wasn't in position to do fitness. And most tennis kids are not. Most junior kids are not fit enough to do fitness. And the recommendation, the prescription was burn fat in the morning, burn fat. It changed the metabolic rate. Had to run 3 miles in the morning, which is nothing if you're an athlete, mm-hmm. and then run 3 miles in the evening. Mm-hmm. So, but he came back and said, Anderson, this is what he has to do. And so Anderson would drive to practice. At that time, he lived a good distance away from where he works. And so he would drop him off. So, okay, you run the rest of the way. And then he would go back to the house in the evening because he was fortunate enough to live with Anderson. He said, okay, he had to do this every time. And Anderson works every day of the week and he's developing players. And he said, all right, now you got to run to my house. So then when he gets off the airplane, he went away for a month. And, at that time I'm divorced. I couldn't have made that happen. He comes back, he gets off the airplane. He looks like a different person. He's burned the body fat.
Yeah.
So now he's in position to be in position.
Yep.
But I'll tell you one thing is that Connor did learn to talk like a jock. Now, a lot of tennis kids don't learn to talk like a jock. Not in my world, jockocracy. So I'm with Connor at a pro tournament. He's with the national coaches. And, some people will misinterpret this and they'll think it's racial. I love to watch Larry Bird highlights. I could, put me in solitary confinement, put me in jail, and just give me YouTube, and I could watch Larry Bird. So Larry Bird, the movie came out, White Man Can't Jump. So Larry Bird comes out, okay, he looks slow, he doesn't look explosive, and he's like unbelievable. It's awesome. So Connor, he's at this practice session and gets lobbed, and he just goes, I'm so white. White man can't jump. But that's the thing, when he had that window of opportunity, but he spent a lot of time with you. Okay, he might have had a 9-month block, but he was tested and he'd pop in and go do this and do that. But that's where, if you really have a junior coach, like I say, a Dave Anderson, he gets up every day and has to try to make it for 20 plus pros. And he's got, like say 200 plus juniors. That's a tough assignment. But that's where I remember going to Prague in 1987 to study tennis, and each national coach only had 6 players. They regardless of what kind of money they made and whatever, but that's the way it was in 1987. And like, okay, and just to know what that kid's doing every day, and okay, we have to get you so you can jump, so you can become an athlete. But jumping, where, you'd also would say this about genetics with poor Connor is that, I love this, and I've said this before on the podcast. Vic Braden I got it to be able to tell the Christy Brinkley, fact checker, beautiful girl, model, same age as me. She still looks like she's very, very young. Braden years ago, she's from Michigan. Braden's from Michigan, dated Christy Brinkley's mother. And Vic said, talking about genetics, he said, self-deprecating, great comedian, said, well, if I had married her mother, I could tell you one thing, she wouldn't be a model. So the genetics, I think from Connor's mother's side, there's more speed. But yeah, how's it go? The movie Chariots of Fire, you can't put in what God left out. But the nice thing about tennis, it's a non-discriminating sport. You can be, tiny. You could be Schwartzman. Yep. That's
the other
best example probably. Look at that size of that guy. And
going back to that genetic question, I'll touch that really quick because it's important. It's another thing we tell most of the athletes is that your body type in many cases will not limit you in a lot of different sports. You can still be great in your sport. You'll see, there are endomorphs on the pro tennis tour, and, they've found a way to manage it as optimally as possible that allows them to really be still very successful on the tour. They have to work with someone who's carrying more body fat. Now there is not as many, and but every athlete carries challenges with them. That's another thing I think through my 25 years and seeing athletes, they all deal with a variety of different challenges individually. It could be their body type, could be, their vision, could be their, maybe they're, physiologically, their breathing's not as effective, right? They had asthma growing up or something. So, you're going to face challenges. You got to take your challenges and those adversities and help them make you become what you want to become. You got to use them and turn them into strengths. Adversity is opportunity, but on the so that was the genetic side is don't necessarily, if you've got another sport you can persevere at, and I said this, and you realize it's better for you, then do it, and if the basketball, like Arturo, the example I gave you, and Steve gave a good example of that with a tennis softball player, but you can still be great perhaps in tennis and still carry a little bit of body fat. There are some really good players at the top 20 that, are carrying a little more body fat and they're still performing at an extremely high level, so, but you still have to optimize it to some degree. You can't let it get out of control or you're going to run into a lot of problems.
I remember taking a grad school class, and it was over my head. Of all things, it was on nutrition. Mm-hmm. And I remember being a volunteer, and I was weighed underwater. At that time, I was doing all sorts of distance running. Hey, go run 10, go run 12 miles. And I was at 7%. What's the best way to, we have a scale downstairs. We need to get some batteries or whatever. We're not using it, but it's, you can determine someone's body fat. How do you do that with athletes?
Great question. The DEXA scanner is the gold standard of today. It's basically an MRI related technology that can give you body comp and give you it and muscle content throughout the whole body. But it's like an MRI. You lay in this device and it scans you like an MRI scans you, and it can do that. So DEXA is the gold standard. It will be more of an investment, and it takes a little bit of time. I think it's a 20 or 30 minute, maybe 15, maybe not. I don't remember the exact time, but it takes a little while to do it. So if I'm a coach and I'm running a business and I got to do a bunch of athletes, it's not optimum to do a group of athletes per se, because it takes a little bit too much time to run the group. It would have to be segmented out a little bit. The next one was the hydrostatic, like you getting dunked. That was always the gold standard till DEXA came around. That's called hydrostatic, the dunking in the tank. There's another system called bod pod, I believe has a pretty high degree of relative accuracy where you sit inside this pod. I don't remember the exact technology that's driving that. Bioimpedance is the scale you're talking about. There is basically one company that is the state of the art in the bioimpedance. If you don't have one of their scales, they have like $3,000 to $5,000 scales that you can have at a very elite professional level. And most of professional there's several professional teams that'll use that. A lot of the colleges use the bod pod. I think some now have DEXA, where they can really get into the investment on it if they prioritize that in their sports science regiment. But the bioimpedance, right now, the name, and I know these guys at that technology, that really good high quality bioimpedance technology. And they're, I can't remember the exact name. I apologize. But if you don't have that, their quality, like they have a scale. I have a lower, like consumer-based model for bioimpedance. It's about $400 just for the consumer-based model. And that's going to be reasonably accurate. Mine I've done forever, and it's kind of a acceptable methodology. I go to the Lightning within the last year, I went to the Lightning when they tested all their pro guys for preseason. We did all their physical tests, and I worked with that coach with some human performance technology, but he needed an extra strength coach to run a few testing stations. So I came in to do that as well. And, but he did what I do, skin fold. I do skin fold. Skin fold is like a plus or minus 2.5% accuracy, but the accuracy increases with every subsequent test. It's that change that change is more accurate. You know what I mean? So maybe not the overall accuracy, but the change is pretty accurate, and it's implemented very quickly, and it's reasonably non-invasive. I use a 4-site methodology. I think with the Lightning, he's probably using a 7-site. It takes like 3 minutes to do it. You know what I mean? So I can get it done very quickly, and it's only this. It's a couple $100 skin fold caliper. That is, it's spring loaded and calibrated if accurately.
Here's a follow-up question to that.
Yeah.
I see someone running.
Yes.
Old people like myself, they should just walk. They shouldn't be pounding. They shouldn't be jogging.
Right, sir.
But I see someone running, and I'm pretty sure I can tell you what their mile time is.
Okay.
Because, if you've been around it, you're into it. It's like, okay, this is the clip they're running at. But I think someone like yourself, I can just put my hand on someone's shoulder and go, oh, this kid doesn't do any push-ups.
Right.
But you can also tell, the word gaunt, you look at someone's face, you probably can guess, like they do at some of these state fairs, you guess somebody's weight and you win a prize. But I'm sure you could be pretty close guessing people's body fat.
Yeah. I can get a range. I think I'd have an accuracy on the range for sure. I assess everybody. I've been doing that for years. That's part of my job. First of all, what sport do you play? And then what's your body look like? You know what I mean? What's your muscular development? I'm assessing body type. You know what I mean? And then how are you managing your body type? So that's what I'm assessing.
You know,
what's your posture? How are you assessing it? What's your muscular balance? So there's more to that visual than just the body type and body comp, but there's also postural integrity. You know, and then if you know the athlete's sport, then you're able to then say, well, you're doing a good job. You know, Ivan does a good job with his posture.
Better than me?
Better than Shin, right? I already talked to Shin about it, but Shin's not too far up, but a little bit. You know what I mean? And if it's not mentioned, Shin's would get worse.
Yeah, Shin, for our listeners, he's a player from Japan who's visiting.
Yeah, and Shin's a great kid and everything. But this is very common. I have a funny saying for tennis, and it actually correlates with, I use the saying similarly with all overhead kind of sport athletes like baseball and with volleyball, softball, swimming to some degree, is that if you posture's off, you're kind of forward, rolling your shoulders forward, you're losing. Like for tennis, I say it's the 3 mile an hour rule. I said, if you would just have chronically good posture, you probably just added 3 miles an hour to your serve. So
I've also been told, if you have good posture, you have better lung capacity as far as cardio fitness.
Totally, yeah.
Now,
I mean,
I didn't listen to my mother. My mother used to be always on my case about my posture.
Yeah.
But actually, playing ice hockey, you watch girls play field hockey. No excuse, but you're in that position like all day.
Well, no, and think about the ready position in tennis, right? What's the ready position?
Yeah.
Right. So you know what I mean? But the sport itself is creating, but when you're not in your ready position and you're just in, say you're standing, get ready to serve, you better be standing with good posture. When you're outside of, you're waiting for your next rep and you're in a tennis group drill, you're standing with good posture. When you're walking around for lunch, hanging out with your friends, you're sitting and standing with good posture. This chronic holding of your body shortens and lengthens critical muscles. Shortening and lengthening reduces flexibility and reduces strength if it's not correctly, right? And it increases chance of injury. So I extended. I'm improving injury resilience, and I added 3 miles an hour to your serve. But these guys think more about 3 miles to the serve, so I use that correlation more than I do the injury resilience. But it's all that. So,
we got to keep going. Everybody's energy level's high, right? This is the Atlas Shrug podcast. I have down here that I was given copies of that book. I have not read the book cover to cover. I need to go back and do that. I also have been told to read The Art of War. I know some tennis coaches years ago, they would have their players read The Art of War. I
don't think I've read that one cover to cover.
I've also been lazy with the famous Teddy Roosevelt quote that I need to memorize. But actually, someone gave me the book Atlas Shrugged and said that, hey, you live this book because you're just into your craft. I was told that.
It is. It's that's that. So it's reinforcement of a lot of things, but it'll definitely add some more perspective on different things as well. So
let's go with food.
Food.
Said the other.
Can I talk about one more thing?
Yeah, go ahead. Ivan
then we can have food. So
because we got to get Ivan off the junk food.
I know that guy.
Terrible.
His habits are. So I just want to talk about the developmental cycle of the athlete, and you were talking a little bit with referring to the hormone and the peak time. There's some general guidelines like that, and female athletes, the number might be different. I know with male athletes, I don't have the female athlete development cycle as rigid as I don't have it at tip of tongue with me, but for male athletes, we have it. You have up until 24 years of age is kind of the general guideline that you're still physically developing. So there's a lot of physical development, maturing happening, and growth still happening up till age 24 is kind of the number. Give or take, certain people who mature earlier might end a little earlier. If people mature a little bit later, it might end just a little bit later. And then there's the whole mental maturity of 27. They say your mind will mature and be fully developed up to the age of 27. That's some general guidelines for male development. Women have a similar timeline. It might be a little earlier. I'm not going to give a number because I don't recall on the women's side, but I just want to keep that in mind, tied to the, that's why I wanted to bring it up, because I think, proper technique is a huge player. And I'm a certified sprint coach for over 20 years. So proper running technique in short distance versus long distance, top end, whatever. I've trained track athletes, but I've trained many, field sport, court sport athletes, and certain technique drills are very important for optimizing your movement and your ability to change direction on those sports that have it, et cetera. But for just that linear acceleration part is what I'm referring to, that explosive movement. There's some very important technical things that sometimes are overriding the athleticism. One of my fastest guys I ever trained wasn't my best long jumper. We had a guy that outjumped him by more than a foot, but he ran faster than the guy. A little bit faster. The guy who jumped farther. So my longest long jump in our training facility, I think, was 10.8. And he was a second round draft pick in the MLB draft out of high school. Very explosive kid, Kenny Wilson. Probably the most explosive kid we ever trained. Very good athlete. Made it to AAA for many years, but unfortunately didn't make the majors. And then Kevin Merrill, I bring this up because it's a good case study where he can only jump 9.8, maybe 9.9 was his max, but he ultimately could sprint faster than Kenny. And that was because he had this his ability to apply his skill. I think it was a coordination factor, that he had a little more coordination ability. He could apply his skill, or he maybe was a better learner of my training to apply it more efficiently. Even though Kenny, his technique pickup was pretty darn good. I do remember that. I can't differentiate one being better, but Kevin was the kind of kid so I would time him, he'd run a 6'2", 760. And then I would say, Kevin, just make this one change. He had been training with me since he was 12. In this scenario, he's maybe 17 or 8. He's 18. So he's been with me 6 years. I say, just do this. I need you get your toe up quicker off your push off. Get your toe up quicker so you tighten up your backside and you get greater stride rate, especially in your top end. He does it and he runs a 6.24. You know what I mean? So, and he makes the adjustment. The video shows that he corrected it and then he ran faster. So he was that kind of kid. You know what I mean? And that, so I think that's where you're teaching effective skill, really effective acquisition of the skill will help to, racket speed, greater pace, greater spin, right, kind of thing.
One thing I think you'd really enjoy is if you went back to listen to a podcast that we had with Getting Aerial.
Okay.
Computer scientist, biomechanist.
Mm-hmm.
The teamwork between Vic Braden, Getting Aerial. Their work is still relative.
AERIAL?
Yeah.
That's the name of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
That track, he represented Israel. He was actually in the 72 Olympics.
Okay. When
there was the tragedy with the Israeli soldiers.
Is that right?
Israeli athletes, I'm sorry.
Right, I remember that, yeah. Oh, so you wanted to head to, I'm sorry, that's all I wanted to know.
Food.
Yes.
We said the other day, the light food diet, as soon as it gets light out, you start to eat. The seafood diet, eat all the food you can see. One other line I like is a moment on your lips, a lifetime on your hips. But nutrition, I think it's more difficult. I'll turn this over to you guys, but I think it's more difficult to push away the chocolate chip cookies than it is to go run 5 miles. I mean, it's now for years.
They both sound reasonably difficult to me.
But for years,
I'll ride my bike 5 miles.
And we had an intern recently from Germany.
Yes,
Yvonne spent a lot of time with. It was a learning experience for all of us.
Yeah.
And this young man, you take kids to the grocery store. No. But yeah, food. We have these transparent tubs being up here in the mountains.
Mm-hmm.
The kids, we've done it so many different ways before. Kids would buy personal items.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just amazing. And there's psychology to it. But yeah, I'll check out and listen to you guys talk about food for a little bit.
Food.
What do you got, Coach?
Well, nutrition is a big part of performance for any athlete. What you eat is what you are. I took I'm very interested in improving not just my own body, but performance, and I look at sleep, I look at exercise and such. And with food, it's an interesting subject because it's very food's very it's drug-like nowadays. Everything has a little bit of added sugar, even if it doesn't say. And unfortunately, a lot of misinformation, a lot of information out there that you don't know whether it's right, you don't know whether it's wrong, who to trust. This diet, that diet. You get one opinion, you do that for a little bit, you stop. Okay, I heard another opinion, you do that, you stop. And you eventually come to the conclusion, okay, maybe it's just whatever I feel is best, or what is even the best for me. And you can get this study done, or you can get your blood work done. It's called biomarkers. And I did that in June of this year. Just interested in myself and what my numbers are. And I had a functional medical practitioner is the title of this lady that I had. I was friends with through tennis, the connections you make. And she did an analysis of my blood markers and gave me some incredible recommendations on how I should adjust my attitude towards food and how I go about eating throughout the day. For example, she recommended a paleo diet. And again, this is for my blood work. But she recommends paleo. She recommends gluten-free for anybody, like grain especially. She says this, if you take anything from our conversation, and I was fortunate enough to have a conversation with her, and she can share her knowledge with me. And she said, take away one thing, take away grains. And I was like, okay, what else is there? She's like, well, go on the paleo diet. And paleo, for people that don't know, is gluten-free and grain-free as well. So gluten includes any type of bread, any type of pasta, and then no dairy, can't have rice, can't have added sugars, added preservatives. So no yogurt, you can't have obviously no fast food, no oils, no seed oils, not even vegetable oils. You can have extra virgin olive oil of the right kind. So it's basically a whole food diet. And I found out about this, and I am in a situation currently where I'm up in the mountains helping out Steve in Wintergreen, Virginia. And I'm the one controlling the food. I'm in this situation where I can make the food. So if I have the option to, and I'm the one going to the grocery store as well. So I buy the food and I make the food. So I get to control what's on the plate in front of me. And so I said, okay, why not? And so I just dropped gluten. I dropped dairy. I dropped, everything that she recommended. And almost like placebo in the first 2-3 weeks, I was feeling really good. And I was like, oh, it's placebo. But then it stayed. And I've been on it since June. And, I've been on it for so long that it's hard to remember what it was like before. So it's hard to draw a comparison. But I remember, and the feeling that I describe to people that find out, like, oh, you're on paleo for a while, what's it like? And it feels like, pre-paleo, there was like this pressure on my stomach, for example. Like, I didn't know it was there. It was just there my whole life. And then as soon as like all the poor foods that I was eating, everything I was taking that wasn't good for me, I stopped eating. It's just like this pressure was lifted, and no more crashes, no more tiredness during the middle of the day. Food became a lot more fun to eat because when you reduce the amount of things you can eat, everything you can eat tastes better. And foods that you previously thought weren't that yummy or you didn't want, like for example celery, for some reason now celery tastes good. It's like, well, yeah, I'll have some celery because your quantity of things you can intake decrease, so everything else tastes better. Diets, you can go down the rabbit hole too far. You you can start thinking, okay, well, tomatoes are inflammatory. You can't have tomatoes. And well, there's this, can't have this type of bean, or nuts. You can't have too many nuts because I have this many calories. And you can get, just like in tennis, you can get teched out. I feel like you can get teched out with your diet and nutrition. I feel like if you slowly make progress towards a better diet, towards watching what you eat, I feel like it's overall for everybody, it's better. However, or I should say, in addition to that, when some more things that she recommended for people, sharing my knowledge, what I know about or got from this lady that I was fortunate enough to meet and know. She recommended no food while you're eating. No food while you're eating. No water while you're eating. So just eat the food. It's better for digestion. If you do want something for dessert, have a fruit and have it at the end of your meal. Paleo diet's like a high protein diet, not many carbs because you're cutting out the pasta, the rice. You can have potatoes. However, sweet potatoes are best. It tastes a little better as well if you make them the right way. There's a lot of things. I mean, you can just go on and on and on and on about food. We can have a whole separate 2, 3, 4 separate podcasts about food. I'm sure Jodie can as well. So many things to food where, in the end of it, it's like, how do you feel? How does it feel better for you? On my way down to those grocery stores, I listen to, what am I going to listen to? I mean, we're on a mountain, so it's 35 minutes down the mountain. Today, we had a thing with a van. We had to pick up a van, so it was an hour there, an hour back, so 2 hours. What am I going to do with 2 hours? So I turn on a Russian podcast on nutrition, and I'm listening. This man talks about, all the interesting things that I happen to be talking with Jodie recently, where sugar is sugar, and if you're eating an apple, it's essentially it's the same thing as sugar. However, it's bonded to fibers, so it takes longer to digest. But in the end, it's just sugar, and you get an insulin spike either way. And the insulin spike from the sugar. Again, do your own research. This, I could be saying it wrong and everything, but this is just from my own head. What I remember, what I've come to find out is, it's best that you increase just your protein intake for everybody. Just like a blanket term thing for improvement is whether you go paleo, you're on a diet, you're not on a diet, you're looking at how much water you're drinking, whatever, you should increase how much protein you're intaking. And the reason is, again, this Russian podcast, it was this well-known guy apparently, and he said, the more intake you have for protein, you should try and match your grams of protein for your poundage. And if you do that, then your appetite for sugary things actually decreases. And so again, the rabbit hole, you can keep going down the rabbit hole, and you can and then, that's life. You just improve different parts of yourself little by little by little. Exercise, sleep, and nutrition. We've been talking about a ton of exercise. We talked a little bit about sleep, and nutrition is a big part of it. One of my questions to Jodie that I had written down here as Steve and Jodie were talking is how long or how high up on the totem pole of importance to you for an athlete is the nutrition related to their performance and how they will eventually compete on, let's say, a tennis court for tennis players?
It's a great question, Ivan. Thank you very much. Nutrition is, I think, is as important as all the different elements. I think it fits with, if you want to even bring in skill training, you got to have good skill, you got to have good resistance, you have to have effective recovery processes. I think it falls into the recovery process mantra as well. Sleep falls into that area as well. But it's a little bit beyond just generic recovery, because it also allows you to, I think it's part of the performance paradigm. If it's not good, you're not going to get the performance growth you want. You're not going to get the skill. Your adaptation will not be as great as you want it to be without it for increased performance, and your resilience to injury will be lower without it. So I think it is as important. And I've always taught it that way. That's a part of my body composition assessment is there's a coordinating nutrition program that I create for the athlete, synonymous, that works in with the body composition test, because tied into your Russian podcast that you were listening to, and the expert from Russia, he's, the 1 gram per pound is a general guideline for ensuring that you don't, in some of the real science is saying 0.8 grams per pound will ensure you don't, or more, but 0.8 grams is kind of that limiting factor where you won't lose muscle mass. So anything, if you're not hitting at least 0.8 grams per pound of your target weight, then you have the potential to lose muscle mass, greater potential. I think with every individual athlete, there's going to be some variation there. But so I've adhered to that principle for as long as I can remember. And that's through my exposure through, I don't know, I've probably been to 100 plus conferences on, human performance. And it's heard and read so many different experts talk about this. One of my good clients at one point was the Washington Redskins were a client of mine with my human performance wearable. And the guy they used for sports scientists was also their performance nutritionist. And he was out of the he worked at USA Olympic Committee up in Colorado Springs before he went to the Redskins. And, or maybe it was vice versa. No, I think that's how it went. He went back to them, I think. I don't remember. He's a good guy. I mean, I developed a really good relationship. So, but, these kind of things were discussed extensively. And so that has been a premise in the elite performance world, has been that number, and so all of it's been driven for me. Micronutrients have been a difficult thing to track. So mine's always been driven off of macronutrients with kind of the, a general kind of precept of take a multivitamin to fill in the gaps, a good quality multivitamin, having whole food, green type of supplement to fill in, but eat as much fruits and vegetables as you can to make sure you're getting those quality micronutrients. But the macronutrient portion of it is where we define the quantity that you want to eat. There was a study done, or more than one study, but there was the research, several studies prove that if you track your macronutrients, you have a greater chance on a long-term basis that you will keep all your weight off, or keep the body composition level that you're looking for, muscle gain, whatever, but tracking. And it's tedious. There's some good tools out there. We use a tool, Coach Me Plus. They have a built-in macronutrient tracking system, kind of, and MyFitnessPal is a popular one on the consumer market. And then I have a methodology, an algorithm that I use that I drive it off of the amount of protein, depending on the person's body fat, how much we're trying to lose, I will manipulate that grams per pound to get the macronutrient total. Now that once you have the macronutrient total, what's healthiest, right? Like the paleo for you. And, I'm on a version of paleo, not quite as rigid as Ivan. And Ivan's rigidity, and he's really researched it in an awesome way. I'm always been kind of like if I'm given a recommendation to take a supplement, like a number of vitamins, like you'll give, like, say, magnesium or something, and they'll say in the pill, take 2 in the morning, 2 at lunch, and 2 at night. And I'll look at it and say, well, I might take 2 or maybe 3. I just, what I mean? I just never, I've always taken kind of a little bit less. I kind of, I feel that I'm very, I build this balanced diet with lots of vegetables, lots of fruit, on top of strong protein, macronutrient intake. And so we do it per athlete, per body type. We build this total for them to achieve that percent body fat that they want. And so, but I really, part of my development is, 25 years in, and I can get better tomorrow. I can be better. I've gotten better just in this interview, listening to things that Steve and even what Ivan is saying. I'm growing here. I'm always about growth and getting better. I can never stop getting better. You know what I mean? I'm never good enough. And so that's So I'm excited to hear these things, and I'm already saying maybe I'm going to take some of this stuff out that I haven't been taking out, because I'm a version of paleo, and I never went pure gluten free, but I went to low gluten because I researched it probably more than 10 years ago. And what we found is that there was a lot of excessive gluten in processed foods. And so the body was just getting inundated. And it's hard to stay away purely from processed foods in your day-to-day activities. And there's some processed foods you think that, got extra fiber and they're kind of made to be good for you, but you got to also remember they got a lot of extra gluten in them, right? But you want the extra fiber, and they maybe help you hit your carbohydrate macronutrient goal. So, and damn, you want good fiber, but you can get those from other sources, as I've talked with Yvonne here during my trip. And so, but I'm very passionate about it. One of my pre-fitness, a little segue, subtle, and I'll run back, is one of my pre-fitness technologies I was developing. I tracked macronutrient totals for 7 years on an Excel spreadsheet because I was developing a product to help track macronutrients physically, like I had a little scale idea. You could weigh any food and it'd give you the macronutrients for the food, and it would pump it up into the world WWW and the World Wide Web. And I had been working on this for years. So, and that was a product I didn't bring to fruition per se, but it was my interest because I knew how important nutrition was. So this is going back before I was even professionally in the world of fitness. It was that important to me. And I realized that it was, one of the elements of importance. So, the other thing with if you're eating more protein, you're going to get more fats. That's another big thing in the modern kind of diet. That I'm looking at how it's evolved, because you're talking 25 years, and it's been a top of mind thing for me. The kids would come in our training facility 20 plus years ago. I made these prefab booklets. We didn't have the apps, where you could track online. I would use Excel, but kids didn't have Excel at that point. So I would give them a little book, and they'd have to handwrite it in every day. Every page was a day. It was a food diary. And and I had a little log in the back where you could find the number of grams of protein, carbs, and fat, so they could track and it was 2 weeks worth. That's it. Do it for 2 weeks. You'll learn a lot. And we have targets for you. Let's see where you're at. So, I'm all about what you're saying with paleo. I think so. That means limiting kind of the grains, limiting the, and like I said, there's some elements about gluten I think that are probably okay if it's not excessive amount. There was a funny presentation, a segue I went to when I first started getting the fitness world. There was a nutrition company in Carrollwood. Lady had the fitness store. You probably know it, Steve. She had a little fitness nutrition shop called, and she would run little, like educational seminars in it. One of the little, like a vitamin shop she had was a private little, I know you would know it if you saw it, because you were in Carrollwood too. Well, she did this presentation on Candida. She did the presentation on Candida, which to me is I believe related to gluten in some capacity, Candida. And it was just, it was the most unbelievable thing, because it talked about your biome and your stomach. And to me, I'd have to research Candida again. So I don't want to blow it up too bad, but I think this has happened a lot, is that certain foods are given like they're the source of all problems, right? And so this Candida was exactly that. Like every ailment you could think of was related to Candida. And I mean, it just went on and on. And this guy went on for like hour to 2 hours, and just going from one ailment to the other and bringing it back to this Candida, which was somewhere tied to like excessive grain and stuff intake, and kind of like gluten, but maybe a little bit different. And it just was, I was like, wow, like it just seemed like too much. You know what I mean? So our process has been, and to this day, I believe this, but I do believe there's a lot of relevance to what Yvonne is saying as well, is that because everybody has a broad variety of tastes. So we start with a goal. We have a body fat, then we use that, the protein factor, I call it, that 1 gram per pound, but we'll push it up a little or bring it down a little depending on the goal, the sport, how much muscle we want to gain, etc. So I have reasoning behind how I manipulate that. And then from there, we grow out our targets for fat and for carbohydrates. In recent years, the fat number has gone up and the carbs have come down. So people are more, it's the science is proving that more fats are actually healthier for you, healthier for your brain. So low fat diet kind of thing has waned a little bit. I believe that. And there's a lot of research backing it. So I would say that's different on how I'm programming the macronutrients. But what I've never backed away from is that build your habit around what you like and then manipulate what you like to fit the macronutrient totals. And then, take into account some of these good habits that are coming out of a paleo type diet or even a vegetarian type diet or whatever. There's a lot of great things about that, a lot of the micronutrients and then build your taste around it. Personally, me, because of the 7 years of tracking, I have a very eclectic palate. I can eat so many different kinds of foods, and I become more of a why eater than a taste eater. So the taste to me is, like I told you.
What's that mean, a why eater? Like why eat it?
Right. What does it do for me?
Yeah, okay.
How does it make me better? How does it help me accomplish the physical goals? How does it benefit my health? Right. So that's how I eat. Not that I don't eat, and I understand if I'm having a piece of cake at my daughter's birthday, how does that fit into the whole picture? But I've been tracking it and looking at it so far. And that's kind of how I try to teach people. But and then I tell them personally right now, I'm a little more paleo, definitely way high protein. I have a little more fat in my diet. I don't eat as much gluten, probably not hardly any gluten for the most part, but I will sneak some in a little bit here and there. But I don't go searching. My wife knows I talk gluten with her all the time. Is there gluten in that I'm not going to eat it? Like she offered mac and cheese because my one daughter likes mac and cheese. I'm just not feeling having gluten, because maybe I've had a little bit. I had some pizza 3 or 4 days ago, which gave me a little bit more abundance of a gluten. So I'm going to really knuckle down and not even have any to kind of offset that. And I have a self-awareness of, that perspective. On the side of like supplementation, definitely, for, the cramping is big in tennis, right? We use calcium, magnesium, big add-ons for that. Potassium, very good for cramping scenarios. Obviously, keeping your water intake, salt in your water. That's another thing I've started doing personally is I put a little dab of some healthy salt in my water to just make sure I'm getting enough, because maybe I'm eating a lot more natural foods. There's not as much salt content in it. But that's just to keep that salt content where it should be. I've never been a cramper, but just from a more health perspective, I thought that I'm a nutritionist. I read some of his stuff and made sense to me. So I kind of picked that up recently. You can, for athletes, I don't, I do a little time restricted as I get older. I think my metabolism's a little lower. So the time restricted helps me reduce my caloric intake a little bit more effectively. We discussed that a little bit. But I think for athletes, it's not necessary. We need to make sure you hit your macronutrient total. Back to the supplementation. Throughout, one of the most tested supplements, and it really helps performance, is creatine. And it's well studied. And it can work for even some more of our developmental teen athletes. So it's something to consider. As a good supplementation for your athletes on top of the protein, because creatine is your peak energy source in your muscle system. The advantage of supplementing is to try to get your body to store a little bit more creatine in the muscle so that you have a longer peak energy system cycle.
Your body produces creatine.
Naturally you have creatine.
How do you determine how much creatine?
To supplement? I mean, the guideline is 5 to 10 grams a day. I do 5 grams. I use it now as an older adult. I like it. And the research is showing that there's no harmful side effects. There's a lot of extensive study on it and pretty widely, accepted throughout all of major sports. So
I remember way back when that parents were upset with that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it wasn't tested as much early on, right? And it's gone through that battery. Like it's maybe the most studied supplement out there, and so it's definitely Whey proteins, there's some that they say are assimilate faster. I don't really have a premise on that currently. But we've used whey for years for adding and getting a little bit more protein in your diet. I mean, natural protein, if you get it all, get it. If you're like, I need to supplement to get there, especially on a time restricted diet, because I just don't eat as often. So I definitely use whey protein drinks to get to my total. Cause, my target's around 190 a day, between 190 and 200 grams a day. To get there, I need to eat a lot of protein. And then, and so I find the supplementing helps that. For sure.
Really interesting to see what tennis players purchase on their own. It's a funny joke from a comedian is, and we know this from say if we're not doing that, we're not doing this on top of the mountain, but we've done this in the past where at one point, okay, you're on your own and boarding students, it's like boys are going to buy Pop-Tarts. And then the comedian, they're buying a Pop-Tart because they're too lazy to go get the milk. Because basically a lot of cereals are just like a Pop-Tart.
For sure.
But the snacks, it just seems like so many people are eating power bars, and the power bars to me are like candy bars.
Yep, they can be. And that's why you have to, that's why tracking and understand what the quantity is. But there's some good ones out there that.
Reading labels.
Knowing that, staying away from artificial sweeteners, that's a big deal. Something we adhere pretty heavily to. Personally, and I recommend to all my students. Biomarkers is anytime you can get more information, more data. I'm not sure how your biomarker system worked. There's also where you can get genetic testing, and they take it even to a higher level. I had one of my athletes do genetic testing. She was having, I don't remember what symptom or whatever, but it turned out that chicken was something. Her genetic testing came out chicken was something as a protein source, she needed to avoid chicken. And she did it, and maybe it was some placebo going on, but she found it to be very helpful. So there is some good genetic testing systems out there on top of the biomarker process, that can provide. I know at the elite, the professional level, they're doing a lot of, blood testing frequently to evaluate that data. And our mindset on the supplement side, if it's well researched and there's no harm and it's not on a banned substance list, then, you got a shot to try it. You know what I mean? That's, banned substance list, very well researched, then, it could be like extra vitamin D, right? It's just extra vitamin D critical. We're not exposed our whole bodies to the sun all the time, and we absorb a lot of vitamin D. So you should have a vitamin D supplement. Most people aren't getting the amount of sun, even if they're playing tennis outside every day. But if it's covered the majority of their body, they're not getting a lot of vitamin D absorption. And vitamin D has so much relevance in a variety of body functionality. Did you say you was talk about your vitamin D? And
I hadn't mentioned it. No, again, fortunate to have talked to this lady who.
What did she say about vitamin D?
She said, yeah. So again, off my markers that I had done that I'm low on vitamin D, and she prescribed, okay, here's a
awesome, right?
Here's a supplement,
awesome.
Have some vitamin D. She also said, magnesium. Here's some magnesium.
Yeah,
get this.
Sure. Magnesium's awesome. My doctors have. So I've had most of our doctors have had a functional medicine, proactive prevention. I don't go to a doctor if it doesn't have that mindset. I went to a sports medicine doctor that had that, and then we lost him because I changed insurance. We went to kind of another sports medicine guy who was a guy for like the local soccer team, the Rowdies, and he was so dialed into the world of pharmaceuticals. He didn't say anything about our nutrition or doing an evaluation like that. And I was very disappointed in him and went back to a more functional medicine group that was way more detailed. That's where we are now. And so I think it's another very important part of our daughters. Our whole family goes there. My mom goes to this person. My daughters, they have a pediatric area, so they take the kids. And so the kids are getting a lot of this stuff done. And so I just think it's all tied to your food, to your recovery processes, to all that kind of stuff. So I think it's awesome, and Yeah, man, I'm excited you're feeling so much better. And, you know,
Yeah, well,
had you paid attention before you went on the paleo?
that's the interesting part. I didn't feel bad beforehand,
Right.
but I was just interested in what could be, like
Yeah.
I didn't feel particularly bad. Like I was eating, I considered myself to have a great metabolism. I remember there was this one summer. I mean, I can say it like this. I'm turning 25. When I was 15, I weighed, let's say 155. And over the course of 10 years, I'm up to 175, so just 20
In a
pounds.
solid, good weight. It's good.
Yeah. So
weight.
my metabolism, I mean, I remember one summer I said, okay, I'm going to try and gain as much weight as I can. And I ate like a madman. And every day I woke up 155. And then one day I wouldn't eat at all. I'd wake up and it's still 155. Okay, that doesn't make sense. Like, how does this work? So I kind of gave up on, I was young, so maybe I did it wrong, but I just attributed it to having a good metabolism, and then I was just thankful for it. It's like, okay, that's it. That's what I'm going to go with.
The conversation reminds me of a story I was told by Carl Hale. Carl Hale, Richard Hernandez is a longtime associate. He does a lot of things with Carl Hale. No, I've done a lot of things with Carl. I remember going up to his club in Toronto, training his coaches, and this, that, and the other thing. He had a place in Tampa where Jodie and I both lived for a long time. And he would come down, and he's a director of the Canadian Open. And one year the men are in Toronto, next year the women. So one year the men are in Toronto. So Carl has the opportunity to hang out with Sidney Crosby. In the morning, he's going to meet Roger Federer. In the afternoon, he's going to meet Rafa Nadal. And Sidney Crosby, fantastic hockey player,
Sounds like my day. No,
he shows up with 2 hockey sticks, and he wants to trade a stick for a racket. And the guys both said, "Hey, I'll send you a racket. I can't give you one." They're on their hard court swing through the U.S. What happens? It rains, and it's a washout. There's going to be no tennis for the entire day. So what happened was the 3 of them get together with Carl. So there's 4. So Carl, and it's Sidney, Roger, and Rafa. And he said, they spent the day together, and all they talked about was fitness.
No kidding. That's
talked about fitness. So the athletes today, I think years ago, the athletes, being a hockey kid growing up and being around my brother when he was just starting off in the NHL as a coach, that the hockey players, they would skate for a day they didn't have a game. They'd have a practice. They're playing 82 games a year. They'd have a practice. And after the practice, they'd go to a pub restaurant. They'd be there for lunch and dinner. They'd drink beer for 12 hours. So they were so unfit. Like Roy Emerson. One time, Roy Emerson, the fun Aussie, he played at Wimbledon final. He had never gone to bed. They were playing for like 28, back in the day, the English money, 28 pounds. And a gift certificate at Harrods, and help me out here. So they're paying for no money, but so that's back in the day that, the players were tougher because they were just going on empty. They were so out of shape. So many things have been covered. I love it when you told me the other day, I forgot this, but I remember you doing it so many times, is telling people to use a treadmill, but don't turn the treadmill on. Right? Just make a comment on that for a minute.
Right. Yeah. The resistance of a treadmill, it's just a different way to train with a treadmill. Like we use treadmills in their functioning rate at high speeds, moderate speeds, training what we call speed endurance or speed development. A high speed treadmill, when it's on, running fast, we're usually working on top end speed. But it's hard you can't train acceleration mechanics on a moving treadmill. There are some resisted based treadmills that some of the companies make that you can train it, which is real. They're effective, but it's a similar concept to that, where you basically you don't turn it on. You get in a body lean position, because short distance sprinting always has a body lean. All right, it's a degree of lean, and I have methodologies based on ankle mobility of the athlete, what the lean should be. So I tied into your ankle mobility. To find an optimum lean for that athlete. And technically, the more the lean, the more you can take advantage of gravity pulling you, and it's helping you to overcome inertia. And it makes sprinting easy, even the start of the sprint easy if you're optimizing that process. And the dead treadmill can be often, sometimes I joke when I call it the dead treadmill sprint because the treadmill's not running, is you get in a leaning position, your arms are you're a little bit closer to the bar, leaning with and you literally sprint. You do use what we call A form acceleration sprint mechanics. A form has less of a cycle. B form is more of the cycling movement. And that's your natural short distance sprint mechanic where you're trying to contact down under all sprint mechanics. Your goal is to contact under your body. It's just which movement are you making based on where you are in the sprints. The basic sprint, you have start and acceleration. That's all that happens on a tennis court. But you'll get into transition and top end when you get into longer sprints. And there's different sprint mechanics that are relevant in those areas. But, that dead treadmill we use for all athletes that, because all of them have to start, either stop and go. In a change of direction, you're going one way and you get to zero speed in the way you want to go. And then ultimately every change of direction turns into some form of a linear sprint. There might be some curved runs sometimes, but most of the time it's some form of a linear sprint off a change of direction. And this helps train that good linear mechanics. And you get resistance from the mill, and then there's basically the inertial coefficient of the mill. And so it's harder to push. I mean, it doesn't want to move. The motors create that effect. And it's almost like it's similar to pushing a weighted sled, but you do it with a treadmill. And and that's the other thing with a weighted sled, I would say. There's some benefit to pushing it heavy. That's more of a strength building process. But for power and acceleration, which is great for tennis too, it's a great tool for tennis, but you want to have a lighter to train more of the peak speed and proper running mechanics and that explosiveness. You don't want too much weight on the sled. That's a mistake that people think, well, I'm going to push a heavy sled. You're not going to build power the way you're going to use power on speed on the court. You're going to build more of a strength component. Strength is a foundation of power and speed, but you have to understand where it should be and how it should be applied and at what volume. And not just that way. So
the world-class sprinter years ago, Henry Hine, got into tennis. Mm-hmm. Remember, he wrote a book and he did clinics. And one thing is that you just get a beach towel and you put it around, say, if I was Yvonne's partner, and I'm holding him back, like I'm the water skier and he's the motorboat.
Yeah.
And we remember people doing that. One thing where you did not mention is I believe it came from the USTA, but you never know. Okay, who was the originator? But the spider drill. I know Yvonne. We need to make a film for that. He's actually broken it down to what's the best way to try to get the best time running the spider.
I'd like to see that film because we can talk about that.
You put the 5 balls out.
Yeah,
I was always told that Sampras had the best time, but I never was told what the best time was. Yeah. But I'll say one saying and then one story. We can wrap it up here. Is that your body's your temple. I think that's a great expression. Mm-hmm. But here's a story. Megan Broderick. Mm-hmm. Their family moved from Wisconsin to work with us. I think she was 9. Then what was nice is that her childhood coach from Wisconsin, I was paid to for a place called West Chase to find 3 pros for them to interview, and they brought her childhood coach from Wisconsin, Mike Larscheid, was brought to Tampa. So, but anyway, number one is that as an individual, I can remember we used to do the Royal Mounted Canadian Police, where you just stand in one place.
Yeah, I have a Canadian cousin who was Royal Mounted.
Yeah, so you could change the exercise. We can't do it. Unfortunately, say, okay, do a minute of push-ups. Well, yeah, I'm not beating kids up if they can't do a minute of push-ups. But you do one exercise, we do it for 30 seconds, and then we have them just jog in place or high tempo run in place for 30 seconds. They don't do squat thrusts or burpees for 30 seconds. But I remember her father asking us to talk to her because she was doing it so much. She was just so driven.
Yep.
But she also, number 2, besides having the spirit, she's from a runner's family. Mm-hmm. Her older brother was a very, very good runner. The whole family.
I never met her older brother. I worked with her younger brother.
Yeah. Michael. But
Michael,
it's ironic. She married Philip Stoltz, who played tennis at the University of Illinois. She, as a kid, she probably won't even remember this, but
I know she's
a lot of Illinois players came and trained with us.
Okay.
And I know that she spent a lot of time with. I would say the players we worked with, their family really got it. They spent a lot of time with you. Mm-hmm. But she used to. She's like 16 years old, and I remember we had a couple different trails, and she would be pacing guys. She was just. She was a very, very good tennis player.
We talked about her running often because I was trying to moderate it to some degree because I was trying to get a little more explosiveness out of her. She was strong. She could dumbbell press 45 pounds. I remember that because, she was as strong as some of our bigger like softball girls, for moving weight. So, but we just were always trying to push that power parameter up, that quickness parameter up a notch. And there's that fine line for how much do you run long distance versus how much do you know what I mean? And so that was something we went back and her and I had many discussions about, and I was always pushing her to be a little bit less just to help her. But yeah, she was very fit and
she had success.
Very fun to work. Yeah, fun to work.
She had success. She became, I believe, top 10 junior.
I didn't look at her data. I meant to look at her data to see it, and so I could recognize the improvement. Because I was looking at Connor's data, and he had some over that year and a half that he was through our program. He had some really, really good, like his long jump. I think I was looking at, improved by 1.5 feet or something, and you know what I mean. His lateral jumps improved like over 1 foot, which is tied to his lateral movement.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? His med ball throw power, all of them went up, numerous amount of feet. And so it was all.
As a coach, if you could have put those two together as far as, like say Broderick, she became a top 10 junior in the country. She played Division I tennis at Kentucky. I remember Luke Wickham he ran a Vic Braden school up in Orlando. Great guy, great friend. He used to just shake his head and go, this girl should be on the tour. She had that look, and she hit the ball really well. There was a girl in Florida at her time called, her name is Lauren Embry.
Okay.
And Lauren didn't really have the ball striking skills to be on the pro tour. I can remember her. Lauren Embry was so cool. I was watching a high school tournament. She's playing, cheering for her teammates. And the next day she got on a plane to go play in Paris, play the French. It might have been the main draw. But she was famous for being down 4-love in the third and winning, coming back in the last match out for Florida to win the national title. But I can remember and Lauren Embry's father who talked to me about it is that Megan is toe-to-toe, but she just had that little bit of savvy or that a lot of savvy that Connor, up to a certain level, he had that. He was the best when the knife was at the throat.
I remember that.
I remember the coach saying that about him. But Broderick's ball striking skills and her fitness. Again, she was very good, but it's just like, okay. But the environment, that's where, we ran more of an educational program. And I remember one time she was at one of the name academies, and right away they started trying to change her strokes, and then so she didn't hang around the name academy.
Right.
But but I would say that was one thing is that if I were all the time in and out, even with my son Connor, is that Mikhail, he never really got to that level. He was very successful as a little kid player for sure, has a record to prove it, but you got to do the program. You presented programs, you did all this testing, individualized it. It was science-based, fact-based. But there's so many things I hope our listeners can get out of this. I think of tennis parents especially is, fitness. But why don't you make one comment and we'll let Jodie sign off for us.
I got one last question.
Thank you.
Admiral William McRaven.
Yes, sir.
Is the author of a book, Make Your Bed. He has a great commencement speech on YouTube. Highly recommend anybody watch it.
Listen to it many times. Listen to it. That'll be like an entertaining listen to me.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah.
I told your daughters today, make their bed. That comes from him.
That's right.
Navy SEAL, he he has many, in his commencement speech, he breaks down many rules for what he saw through coming up in the SEALs and how it applies to life. And one of them is this understanding that the SEALs that made it through weren't the biggest, the toughest, the most macho. They were the ones that looked out for the person next to them, the ones that were their leaders. And my question is to you, since you've worked with so many athletes and you can track and measure, okay, this is the athlete I worked with and this is how successful they had become in their sport. How tied is someone's leadership skills to their confidence and overall results as a athlete in their sport?
Oh, well, I have to go look at obviously the most successful, and I think a great leader has great discipline, and I would say across the board, the most successful athletes I've trained have great discipline. Todd Yoder, the 10-year NFL tight end, he was always conditioned. His rule, I am going to go to camp in shape. So for him, his requirement was when we went to the field to do sprint training, we would work on peak sprinting, but then we would also work on conditioning right after peak. And to this day, he preaches it. His son is one of my clients now for about 5 years, and a D1 tailback up at Lehigh University, and they're starting tailback, but he still preaches it like a broken record to his son. But he had that discipline, like you said, flat out. You know what I mean? But he learned through his career. He had a few, setbacks in his career, and his mindset was, that's part of what he learned, was that he had to have the discipline, which I think is a leadership quality. You can't be a good leader unless you're disciplined. I think that goes across the board, these guys, through their habit of discipline, were probably less verbal leaders and more leaders by example. They helped all the athletes in my facility. They were looked at as, Denard Span, a major league player for many, many years. I trained him for 10 years in my training facility. And, he just was exemplary. He's my example for, I use he missed in 10 years of 4-month off season with me. He missed less than 5 workouts in 10 years. And that means he'd be in my gym 4 to 5 days a week. So 20 a month, 80 a year, 800 sessions with me. He missed less than 5. Come in a little sick, still be there. Even if he had a little head cold, still there. Discipline and again, I think it goes straight to that discipline, mindset would be my, that would be my, I guess, my response there. And those two guys being probably the highest level examples of guys I've known for. And then, we could talk about Logan, who you're talking about, the physio ball guy.
I know one thing, just I'm sending out some text messages, emails, listening to you two off air over, not today, but yesterday. And you just looked at Ivan's computer and you saw the logo and one of his closest friends, childhood, long time buddy. You just knew by looking at the logo, and what it actually is.
He's a special recon. It was a special recon logo for the Air Force.
Yeah, you get to that level of discipline, like whoa. But it was fun. It was just so much fun to listen to you two talk yesterday or the day before. Thank both of you. Closing comment for our podcast listeners.
Have a lot of discipline, find good coaches, read some great books, always try to get better. Don't be afraid to take a risk. And and these will be, strong variables. Read some of the books we talked about, and, you know, and always, you know, pursue greatness, and don't be afraid to pursue it, and let yourself intuitively go after it as well. But have good mentors, have good teachers, have good coaches. Daniel Coyle, Talent Code, a lot of great things in there. But there's a lot of great books. I'm doing the Sports Gene book, and there's some interesting stuff in that as well that I think is got a lot of relevant research stuff. So there's a lot of really, really great sources, and they all can build to your perspective, and good luck on your journey.
Well, thank you. Actually, for our listeners, we don't have enough donated dollars. We do have enough donated dollars. I'm sure that for those who complete this entire podcast, let us know and we'll buy you a lottery ticket. But thank you for hanging in there. Thank you so much, Ivan. And Jodie, great to have you visit with your family. Listeners, the people who support what we do, thank you so much. Adios, amigos.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.